All right, let's see. Give me 1 second. It's everything working? I think so. Just setting up things. I believe this is fine. Hold up. Let me actually check if I am live on YouTube. I am doing it a different way where before I used to like schedule the streams and then just go live at whatever time I scheduled it. Well, not even on the scheduled time, but around the same time. But now I'm just going live on YouTube. But I think it should be fine. I just want to see my see if the thumbnail. Okay, the thumbnail. Okay, it did change. Alrighty. And hello, Alt. How's it going? What was that? Was not your name beforehand. You changed that, right? And hello, Quasar. How's it going? So, if you guys are maybe there's some people waiting for a review. I think somebody mentioned it on my channel. I am actually not going to do a review like I usually do for an event or a RAM rare egg machine. I don't really have that much time right now, so I'm like scaling back on making like YouTube videos really. So what I'm trying to do instead is to actually like stream the review or like a version of my review. I want to keep it brief. I know I tend to like dilly dally or go on tangents when I'm live, but I'll try to at least keep the beginning of this section brief. Like my goal is kind of like to do the final thought section that I do on my videos, like on stream. I do have a few notes, but let's see. Hopefully, I do remember everything. I didn't write notes like detail notes like I usually do for review videos, but hopefully, like these are enough to give you an idea whether rolling this machine is good or bad. And Bad Cafe has two machines. If you're here for the last one, you maybe like Chase Made Ideal or Butler Kurotobi. Those were like the most notable units. There were like a few other useful units you could have made use of, but yeah, basically Made Ideal is the one that people went after. Oh yeah, Buns. Because yeah, I recognize your PFP, but I'm like, that was not your name. Yeah, hello, Buns. And yeah, hello PH, how's it going? But yeah, so yeah, there's two RAMs. The main one where I would recommend people rolling is obviously the second one. It has the most value right now for the current meta. Like mainly not Kurotobi, mainly Reinhardt and Utsuro. There's a few units here that could actually make use of some of these units that are exchangeable. There's some pretty good support for other teams like Deku Bakugo if you kind of care for them, but I feel like the units here are not that important, but they could be pretty handy, especially because a lot of the units here have the newish afternoon tea awakening, and that comes pretty handy when you want to like avoid thorn damage or avoid poison damage. So that's very useful for in super altitude dungeons. But not only that, not only for those dungeons, because the next endgame title, which I don't think they're calling it Big Tree, but they did reveal the name on the bad news video that came out a few days ago. But the next endgame title after Drizzle, there's if your team doesn't have poison resist, and if you don't have a lot of if you don't have a lot of tea awakenings, afternoon tea awakenings, you are gonna have a bad time unless you maybe auto heal like Utsuro. But even Utsuro, they like his team, you cannot do also want to stack 5 tea awakenings because it's gonna be very hard to move orbs and against certain enemies. Like mainly the boss in Great Tree, she's gonna give you 2 boards full of thorns. So if like the origin for Mutsuro is like random, and it's also a 7x6 board. So imagine all of your orbs are like spread apart. Then trying to move like trying to move 7 of them together so that you can at least activate your damage reduction might actually like kill you because you're only relying on the auto heal from Mutsuro. So in such a team, you also want to stack 5 Afternoon Tea Awakenings. You love Solomon, I mean Luna. Yeah, those 2 are pretty notable units. I'll definitely be mentioning them for the second rem. Mystical Tree, is that what I call it? Okay. Yeah, Great Tree or Big Tree if you want to do a literal translation of the kanji. But yeah, I guess Mystical Tree is what they're going for. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the main appeal are the Tea Awakenings. Like, look at this unit. You could have up to 4 Tea Awakenings if you choose the Tea Awakening on this unit. It's a lot, and you can you only need 5 to completely nullify Thorn, Poison damage. So this unit almost gets you there by herself. But I mean, the units from the first rem, I feel like they're not worth going for. Like I mentioned, Made Ideal is still decent. Like she still has pretty good effective HP, and she has crazy recovery. So this is pretty good for the super altitude dungeons that we've gotten as of late. But the bad thing about her is that her 18 billion cap break damage is lagging behind. Like this is still pretty decent in this day and age, but damage number, like damage output from top tier teams in JP, they kind of have significantly increased as of late. Like I don't have like the actual numbers on hand, but I keep seeing, at least from the clickbaity JP content creators, they're like advertising like, oh, this team does 600 billion damage every turn, 700 billion, almost 1 billion damage every turn. 1 trillion damage every turn. So yeah, damage numbers are like going up. So ideals, what is it? 324 billion damage per turn it's looking pretty lackluster when you have teams nowadays, at least in JP, doing almost twice of a full damage dealing mid ideal team that it could achieve. So I mean, this is again still decent for tackling in game, but if you have her, sure, she got a slight buff. I actually don't remember what she got. I think maybe a little bit more effective HP and a little bit more recovery. I think it used to be 5x or 6x recovery. Now it's 7x. But yeah, this could be good for tackling endgame, but it might feel a little. It is gonna feel a bit slower than other endgame leads that we're gonna get soon. Yeah, there's a new the new light cross unit from the current Car Kingdom event in JP. That it's pretty, people are actually putting it on some tier lists, are putting him next to Reinhardt and Utsura, which it's been a while since that has happened with any leader. So yeah, the team itself, it's pretty easy to pilot. I feel like it's also not too difficult to maybe find replacements, because the core of the team, you only need 1 of the batch units, and you could actually exchange for it and then pair with a friend from a rem only unit. And then you obviously use Serie. Serie is a staple for that team. She was a free quote unquote unit, MP unit, very easy to get, and she pretty much opens up the flexibility for the team, because you could use any non-light unit in your light T team. Oh, Sorbin, yeah. If you roll a lot, you probably have enough fodder to do the trades that I would recommend. Sorbin. Dine, that's the name. Yeah, I don't remember the names, but yeah. Dine, it's the light T-Cross unit. Polio makes use of 2 made units really well. Yeah, I believe they also used what's his name again? I forget. Gillian and Dyer, and I think maybe do they use Solomon and Meluna? I don't remember. But these are 2 commonly used units on Reinhardt that you turn into light with Serie. But I've seen a team with Gillian and Dyer for the Dying unit. But yeah, back to the first one. Made Ideal, she's gonna feel a little weak, but she's still pretty good for super altitude right now. Now, I mean, there's a dark PvP team you could make with a bunch of made units, but this obviously pales in comparison to like Utsuro, who's like the goat when it comes to dark PvP teams. Also, the Orbian is not really the best because, for example, if you have a 2-unit Nell system, you don't get enough orbs for a BDP, especially if your board gets shrunk to 5x4. So you need to like carry another orb generator or rely on a roulette, which is a pain. This unit does give you the badge for the made units, which I don't think you desperately need, because even for the new, and I think she's only exchangeable for made for you can only use made 1 unit as fodder with Nell. So at the very least, the made teams that you would make from the second machine, you don't really need the made badge. So there's not much of an incentive for you to get Nell this time around. The equip is like, sure, could be useful for Utsuro units. If you want to fulfill resonance, if you want the Dark Soul attribute, BDP awakening, it's also a haste. But I feel like you could like do without this one. I mean, this one is commonly used on Solomon and Luna. If you put Solomon and Luna in a Utsuro team, because like I mentioned, the next team does kind of require you to have 5 T awakenings in a Utsuro team. And Luna and Solomon, I think you could have up to 2 Ts with that unit if you choose the correct super awakening. And this equip will bring another one to the table. But I feel like it's probably too much fodder to ask for the made Nell exchange this time around. If you gather from last year, then good. You could use this equip with your Utsuro team. But I wouldn't feel too pressured to get this unit this time around. What made Luna Duo and 2 Gillian, Mertarasu, Fast Cavalleria, that's your ranking? Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going to say. Maybe I would value more a little more Pasca over Amaterasu, but yeah, those are pretty solid clerics. And also, I think Selene is also a unit that we have to mention because she has the most dungeon boost right now. But she is a mid-ready unit, and honestly, if you don't care for MP unit, you probably don't really care much for her. Made Selene. Kuratobi is the BGM for the first RAM. He's still a decent leader, like really easy to play with. I mean, he doesn't have that many problems, but a lot of the subs, I mean, I think it's hard to have enough recovery for some super altitude dungeons. And again, the damage it's a little lower than mid ideal. Sure, it's a little bit more flexible because you don't have to have light attribute. It could just be any dragon devil. But like I mentioned, this damage output is just not going to age all that great. It is pretty great that this 2-unit system does also pierce and give you origin. But yeah, if you bring him to a newer dungeon, you're gonna struggle. But like maybe even like 90% of the content in the game, maybe even a little bit higher. It's just like the last few dungeons that you're gonna struggle with Kurotobi. But yeah, he's a decent leader. I don't think he's worth the $30. Like if you're not gonna roll the first RAM, if you get it for free, then sure, it's great. But even the equip, I don't think it's that great. It is okay. It is decent, but I think $30 for this is not that great. Mainly because the 3 attribute awakening, I don't think it's in high demand. We're gonna get a few more toys with like Madoka, and I think, do we? I don't think so. But no, we do get like the 4 attribute unit badge later on, but I'm blanking out on who gives it. But I don't think anyone actually cares much for Rainbow. Like basically, if you think Rainbow right now, Frieren is still like the queen when it comes to that, and then maybe the Madoka team. But this equip, I mean, though the Madoka team actually uses the 4 attribute badge, if I'm not wrong. 3 attribute, it might be hard to fit in as a sub. And like, imagine you get assist voided, and you won't be able to activate the badge, I'm pretty sure, if you lose your soul 3 attribute awakening in the team. But this is an okay equip. Just not worth the $30, I don't think. Like adding 3 combos for 10 turns is not that unique. There's a bunch of other equips you could run for that, or there's other units that have like a looping combo bonus. but it could be useful for something. But it's a little hard to get up and running because it's also a 25-turn cooldown. Let's see from the first RAM, Gene Tonic. She's another Pandal unit. Pairs with Kurotobi, but honestly, again, I haven't seen this team being all that. A lot of people don't really use them anymore, especially because again, the damage is pretty much getting power crept. Definitely, this is definitely not worth the $20. Like at least Kurotobi has a somewhat okay equip, like in general for most teams. But this unit doesn't seem all that great. Like 2x HP, only for 1 turn, and it's also not that big of an HP buff. Like for an enrage hit, this is probably not enough. Even 2.5 is not enough for some teams. You want like 3x at least. So this unit as a cleric doesn't seem all that great to me. First RAM, and the other units are exchangeable. I mean, Albrecht, he's like the only good wood BDP unit. I mean, leader. There's other wood BDP units, but I mean, I shouldn't really spend my time talking much about him. I mean, on paper he seems pretty solid. It seems like he would only struggle with like full wood boards or full heal orbs. Because I mean, I do like he gives you the HP buff, Void's attribute, 2-unit system. He gives you enough orb gen. On paper, I like it, but he never really stuck around. It's just like that. That's the bad luck that I guess the wood attribute archetype was born with or something. I mean, the effective HP is maybe a little bit low because we're like trending to like at least 5.55, 5.6 being I mean 0.5 or 0.6 like being kind of like the norm when it comes to endgame content. But I'm pretty sure Albrecht can clear endgame content, like some of the newer dungeons. Maybe not super altitude, because he doesn't really. He does give you 5 extra coverage. I feel like this is maybe not enough, because he's not pure damage reduction. But I feel like if you're good enough and lucky enough with your healing, you could maybe tackle like some of the newer dungeons. It's just like hard to justify exchanging for him, because you also a lot of the wood BDP support is like scattered throughout different realms. Like Freyan had some, ReZero had some, and I mean that's pretty much. I actually, what's it called? Gintama had some BDP units also with BDP. Yeah, Free Grume actually, yeah, those are some wood BDP units from the second realm. But I haven't really seen anyone use Freyk, especially because she's like 2-unit system. And she doesn't, as far as I remember, she doesn't really do anything that great. I remember her equip was okay, but I might look at it. But yeah, I mean, Wood Ryume, he's not here, right? It's a Wood Ryume Ricard that we got recently. I've seen some stuff, some people using him, but those look like more like meme teams. But I mean, he is capable of clearing some in-game content. I don't know if you gotta get too lucky. I don't remember the leader skills, but I have seen some in-game, maybe Drizzle, maybe Great Tree with Wood Ryume. I don't remember the rest of the team, but he is somewhat capable. Let's see. Other units here. I think Nephthys, I did see her being used a little bit because JP is like pushing some haste units as of late, and this can help you close the haste loop, and will also give you a damage reduction shield. It's only 35%, so it's not that high like compared to other units like Oboro that give you 40%. But usually, if it's a haste team, like the haste is a very important part. It's a mid-rate unit, so it's gonna be painful to get, but that's where it was only like one team where I saw her, and I think it was alongside the new Susako Ibo from ReZero, because if you notice, this unit doesn't cap break, and they were using Susako to cap break this unit, and I guess she doesn't have a great leader skill due to the lack of recovery buff. So yeah, but I do remember seeing a Great Tree clear with that with that tech, I guess. Oh, he has Sun, yeah. So I think the clears that I saw were for Drizzle then. Let's see. Isis, she's still decent. I mean, last time around, wasn't her shield a little bit lower? Now it's fine. It's 35% damage reduction. But yeah, very low cooldown cleric, good utility. If you want a low cooldown cleric, this is not the worst, because also you get the looping shield, and the 3-turn cooldown also it's what makes it appealing, because then you can if you're doing a dungeon with a bite buff, like it's you're gonna have the access to the shield fairly quickly. And it's obviously 3-turn cooldown is really good if you get like an awoken bind, and then soon after you get unmatchable debuff. Yeah, just the base is decent. Let's see, Lucifer, he's now a shield destroyer on a 1-turn cooldown. That's interesting, but I feel like, I mean, you have to get through the first stage active skill. This is a dark PvP unit. I mean, Utsuro teams pretty much have a flex slot, because usually you do Oboro, Cleric, Damage Absorption Boider, and then you have your four another slot for another unit. The bad thing, I mean, this is quick access to a shield breaker, so it could be useful. Like, at least if you have facing an enemy that puts up 3 shields, at least you're gonna be able to destroy 2 with this active skill. And the Origin, it's kind of unnecessary. Like, they do have a decent damage multiplier, but you need to like actually have a cap breaker. So no, it's not gonna work the best in some Utsuro setups, but it could work as your last unit in the team. Lateral is still pretty good as a cleric. 35 turns of a damage reduction shield. It could be. I mean, there's units that do that as of late in JP, like a long-lasting shield. I believe like it's the new GFE duos, the Amaterasu duo, or I think the Loki duo. One of them gives you a long-lasting shield. I think it might be the Amaterasu one, and I haven't really seen that many people use it. But that's another alternative for also a haste team, actually. But yeah, the long-lasting shields, the 35 turns might not be enough for like a blind run of a dungeon. But if you can optimize the team, it is possible to clear endgame content within 35 turns. I think on my Drizzle clear that I did on stream, I think, was it 35 or was it 36 turns? It was something close like that, because I did it with an equip. I brought an equip that gave me like 35 turns of 2x recovery, and it did barely last throughout the dungeon. And that team was like copied from a JP build that was like optimized. It was meant for power farming. I didn't really get all the parts, but it is possible to clear and for this type of effect to last for the whole game. And as a cleric, it's pretty good because there is a cooldown, but also the 2x attack for light, that might matter for some teams, because if you have checked out Drizzle, I believe floor 8 is with all of the devils of each attribute except one, I think. But yeah, that floor gives you a very punishing attack debuff for all attributes that lasts for like 10 turns. So at least this unit can help you counter that there. Some of the later ones, Sorpin, haven't had a buff void. I mean, for GA specifically, because I believe, yeah, all of them do have one. Because, yeah, that's up to the moon one, right? But for Drizzle title, for, what's it called? Gale Cloud, for the firewood one, I forget the name, but it has the HP cut by 10%. Those don't have a buff void. And even some dungeons like Netherline, which was some very recent title that we also got, that only has a void buff up to like I believe the boss floor, Super Assault. So for a lot of the newer content, you can get value out of like this sort of active skill. And we have seen a bunch of like some of the equips in Path Cafe 2, they also have long lasting effects. So it kind of feels like Gonho at the very least is like facing off buff voids in the newer content. I mean, I think obviously at some point they're gonna revert back as the meta shifts, but as the trend is, as we're observing the trend right now, these type of effects are not that bad. You can get a lot of value out of them. But yeah, this Sinclair good utility. This is also a pretty good equip if you want to add bulk. Active skill kind of sucks, but I mean, this is a lot of utility by itself. Just the bulk, OEs, and the blind resist. Let's see. Mate Sena, she can be like a swipe unit, but she does have a lot of competition. Like with if you're swiping, you might hopefully have Evo Gintoki, and this is like sort of like it's not the same obviously, but this is a 2-unit orb generator system also, and the fact that it's also fire, and at least with Gintoki you don't face off against attribute disadvantage because it has a new fire water awakening. But this unit also needs like a cap breaker. I mean, Gintoki also does, but I feel like it's a little bit easier to find units for him. Actually, this is translated. I just noticed. I don't know why she was. The translation for Sena was wall for some reason. I don't know which language. I don't know which language it's picking up, my plugin, but it was translating to wall. But yeah, this is good for swiping. On a 7x6, 7x6, it can make a brick of heal, which might matter for ranking maybe, because then you can easily make a super Fua. If you notice this awakening super Fua heal BDP. If you are considering using her to fodder, maybe don't. At least keep a system, because maybe for certain dungeons, she might not be too bad. I think her buff was that she fully clears Awoken Bow now, which, I mean, it could come in handy. I definitely keep one. I mean, this equip is also not that bad for fire road teams or swipe, hopefully. I mean, it is low because the 10C, like with Gintoki, you can technically not have to worry about combos. Obviously, his leader skill does give you combos, but at the very least, when you match you just need to match. You don't have to reach 10C to deal the most damage, unless you have like top units like Miya Kagura. But yeah, this equip could be useful for some swipe stuff. 5 stars, I think they're like all pretty much garbage. I mean, May Cecilia was used with Made Ideal. I feel like you could use something, you can find something more useful, especially because again, 2x HP is not that great nowadays. Unless you need to condense the board size fix and maybe like a recovery buff. Like she does do a lot, May Cecilia, but I feel like you could do without her or find someone better for this role. This equip is actually not that bad if you on a rainbow unit. If you want the guard break, it's especially for Frieren, I think, because then you can also get the tape and cloud coverage and also some OEs. This is not that bad to have on Frieren if you can afford not to have any bulk on her. But yeah, nothing out of the 5 stars. And again, frankly, I would try to skip the first RAM. I don't think you get much value out of this, but I just highlighted some of the units I do think are somewhat useful, but even then you might not even use them at all. Because again, if you have Sena, you probably want to use Evo Gintoki for swiping because it's way stronger. Albrecht again and Kurotobi Made Ideal could be decent leaders, but their damage is lagging behind. At least for Albrecht, you could always find some of the newer cap breakers. I don't think Wood has gotten a decent one as of late, but for example, that motorbike cop lady from Conan, that's maybe someone you could use with Albrecht. You could also use Hagenesuka, which is 30 billion cap break is still pretty. Like, Donho hasn't really power crept a unit like Hagenesuka. I think 32 billion for leader helper for like a 6 turns is something that they haven't like surpassed. But at least with Albrecht, he might have other toys to play with. But At the moment, yeah, nothing too notable from the first RAM. Roll 100 stones and you get 6 stars and below, nothing but trash. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fodder. I would only recommend rolling the first RAM, the new RAM, and I wouldn't have that many high expectations because a lot of the units there are not that useful. And if you don't have certain leaders, even if you get the quote unquote good stuff, you might not even use the notable stuff. But yeah, I guess we're done with the first RAM. I mean, the MP unit, I feel like it's worth getting. The base is kind of sucks. You kind of are meant to be using this with Maid now to close the origin loop, but and you need two of this unit to loop the HP and the attribute as Orange Void. But again, Dark BDP has Utsuro, so why would you play this when you have Utsuro? Which hopefully you have Utsuro. I guess only if you care for the T awakenings innately from your subs. I would still get this because this equip is still pretty cracked, I think. Because you get the 2x HP and Void damage absorption for 5 turns. This could be pretty handy for farming content and in-game content. I think the dungeon that comes to mind is the Mercury dungeon because there's 2 floors there that are, I think, close to back, or I think there's a floor in between them where you need damage absorption Void. And those are the only 2 floors where you need it. And with this type of equip, you could like just handle those 2 floors without bringing a dedicated unit to Void damage absorption shields. It's still pretty good. I mean, at least the haste is also pretty good for most teams. 10C, the only thing that this is lacking is like team HP, but you do get some bulk with the T. And again, T could be pretty handy for the Mystical Tree title dungeon that we'll get, I think, next week. And most I'd really only want to do 20 rolls to trade for Gillian and Solomon. If you have extra, yeah, that's what my main recommendation is gonna be. Let's see. I mean, definitely farm the stuff that you need for sinks. Do you need anything for sinks? I don't think so. Let's see. Yeah, nothing needs Sink Awakening material. If you're gonna get this, I mean, if you're gonna farm this, I don't think it's gonna be that useful. But this could be used with Ibogin Toki. Like that's the only notable fire water unit that comes to mind. But this active skill doesn't really do much. I would just farm one, keep it on max scale. If you ever need it, just max buy it, and then get another copy for the equip, and that's it. These 2 units, I don't know what they're gonna do, because Dina and Riku, you could only get them via IRL purchases in Japan. But yeah, you have to like spend. I think it's probably like $30 or something, and then you have to like, I think, scan a code. But yeah, you will get this unit in only through those events. I mean, this unit is really good for Ibogin Toki. There's kind of like no point mentioning her, but I mean, maybe they'll release her. I doubt it. Maybe they'll release a bundle with Medina soon. My suspicion is that in JP on the next Pad Cafe rerun, they're gonna add Dina to the lineup. If they want to be really shitty, they could add it to the first run because they kind of did that with bartenders with round 1, Ideal and Kurotobi and Milk. But that's my suspicion. But Pad Cafe has not returned in JP ever since this rerun that we just got. So we don't really know what's gonna happen with Dina. I doubt it that we're gonna have any access to her, but I don't know. Maybe Gung Ho will surprise us. But yeah, this is really good for Evo Gintoki because it's a cap breaker and HP buffer. The haste kind of doesn't matter, but maybe for some builds might matter because then you can maybe cap break another unit if their active skill cap breaks themselves further. That's the only way where I see the haste maybe being useful, but yeah, pretty good for Evo Gintoki. But again, this pretty much enables Evo Gintoki to be able to clear the Mystical Tree title challenge. Because it's really hard to condense to have enough bulk without this unit such as this one. And for other endgame content that Evo Gintoki can't do, like, well, I was gonna say now, but before yesterday. This does open doors, but again, don't know if we'll get it. The equip is also pretty unique because it's the only one that gives you 2 T awakenings. Low cooldown, so you can like easily overcharge a transforming unit. And it is technically more than the all-stat awakening because it is 1.25 times 1.25, right? Yeah, that's equal to 1.56 bulk to the base unit. The what's it called? The Chronos equip that gives you all stat, that's only 1.5. So this is a little bit better than that, and it is a haste. Chronos is a delay, so this is probably more useful for most setups, I think, because haste is haste is just the king when it comes to like effective skill pools. Like delays, you tend to maybe not be able to fully delay a floor. Maybe there's like you get like maybe 4 or 5 enemies on the first floor, and then one of them is not delayable. At least this one works pretty well. 20 rolls for 2 7-star trades is a bit optimistic. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to do just 15. I don't want to spend too much on this because I also want to roll in Madoka, but I don't want to do more than 20 rolls. Hopefully, I get lucky with one of the exchanges. I just want to get one Solomon, Meluna duo, and then possibly Gillian, and then just hopefully I get some good stuff out of the mid rarities. But I'm not holding my breath. You put in 550. You got the Metatron system. You got 2. Oh, that's pretty good. 2 Elminas. That's pretty lucky, honestly. 2 BGMs and 2 of the I think 3, right? Metatron system is 3 Metatron. That's pretty good for that 55 rolls. That's really, yeah. Congrats. Yeah, most 5-star units, and I've been getting a lot of those. Do you have Fasca? That's the one that I was like pretty much chasing on my JP account, and I was pretty unlucky and I didn't get her. Wasting Sono Cafe and Trump Kingdom when we were about to get Naruto collab. Yeah, definitely, like at least in JP. I mean, we do have that one free Trump Kingdom choice of badge. I'm not doing that until we get the stream on the 22nd of this Saturday. Because then hopefully I did 2 multis in Card Kingdom, but I got garbage. It's such a painful machine. I don't know why I did 2 multis. It was horrible. I just wanted some of the badges just to have the access to the badge in the future. But it's such a bad machine. But yeah, we'll see if they announce if JP announces something exciting on Saturday. Clash of Clans rerun soon. Is that game still going? I think so, actually. I feel like I've seen people, like streamers, still play it from time to time. But yeah, RIP Dina. I don't think we'll get her. We'll have access to her, but maybe they'll surprise us. Riku's another unit we probably won't have access to. So in JP, for like 1 or 2 weeks, you could buy Dina, and then it would rotate to Riku. But yeah, this is good for Firewood teams, or also Rainbow, because he does have a new EMM Awakening extra multi-match. This is just, honestly, their utility in the latest dungeons is not like this is not that great of a unit, because we're like shifting away from needing to have a lot of bulk every single turn. We don't really do big hits, like preparing for a big hit that's telegraphed. I mean, obviously for GA and for even Netherlands, you do need like a big bulk buff, like every so often, not like every other turn, not like every turn. So this is useful there, but this is still pretty good, at least for the 2 shield break. Not as useful as Medina, because Ippo Yuntoki like is amazing at farming, but this could be useful, like especially if you have what's his face, Deku Bakugo. I mean that team has a looping HP buff, but maybe just for those dungeons that need a big shield or a big HP buff, this could be pretty good for that. The equip at T, Rainbow OE, Haze, pretty good. Yeah, the cooldown is definitely good, yeah. I thought it was like maybe 5-turn cooldown. I didn't really see it, but yeah, 4 is pretty cracked. Dungeons, yeah, this is yeah. I mean, if you care more for the future, this maybe doesn't seem that great, but for the last couple of other units, apart from the last few, this is a decent unit. I mean, this honestly, when you think Firewood, the Awakening, only the Kubako comes to mind. And I don't know if I don't think a lot of people have access to that leader, because My Hero Academia was not the best collab, and that was a BGM. So it was really hard to pull if you don't have if you didn't buy the bundle. But yeah, this equip is okay, not as great, but I mean the OE Awakening, pretty good when if you want to have an assist, a no assist team, and if you want to tank like OE debuffs with no assist. And hello, Chakra, how's it going? But yeah, again, we probably won't have access to these. I don't know why I looked at. I mean, it's good to look at what we don't have access to, what we're missing, and what we should have gotten, but I don't think we're gonna get them. All right, so again, first RAM, I would skip. You just hope that you get lucky with the free rolls from the first RAM, because we do get free rolls for the first RAM. Yeah, I think there's only one quest roll for the first RAM and the second RAM, and then login stamps. I think do we get 2 or 3 of each machine, like free rolls. Only can exchange for who's worth better to get, Gillian or Solomon. I think if I don't know anything about your monster box, I would immediately say Solomon, the Solomon duo. Gillian is okay for some specific teams, like if you have Reinhardt, and if you think you're gonna get, or if I mean you could aim for it. But Dine from Card Kingdom, which is ongoing in JP right now, those can make use of the Gillian duo. Free roll gave you the new Raven. Yeah, Revan is supposed to be like an alternative to a Metatron if you don't get a full Metatron system. I feel like he might not be that great because he also cuts your HP, if I remember correctly. 100 stones. Hopefully in the second machine, Chakra. Hopefully you get lucky. To the new RAM. Oh, only one from the login stamp? I guess because it's a 10 stone machine, they don't want to seem too generous, but I was expecting like 3 of each. I guess maybe that was too much to ask for. 3 free rolls from the login stamp for each machine. If you have Zeri, you can guarantee you'll get 9 from Trump. If you want both May duo units, would be, yeah, it's definitely, but yeah, if you have to choose, I mean, yeah, the Seria team, the Dine team, I don't think they use Solomon, right? I haven't seen that many teams, but I'm pretty sure I saw Gillian as a somewhat common sub, at least for the Grade 3 title, which is the current title in JP, and has been for the last 2 months. They haven't gotten a new endgame title, so I don't know if the next dungeon is gonna drastically shift them, like what is expected from your sub and your team. But yeah, I do generally think that Gillian is a little bit more niche, and Solomon is probably gonna be becoming more useful in more teams, because you could use, I mean, from the get-go, you could use both Solomon and Miluna both in Reinhardt and Utsuro teams. You wouldn't really use Gillian in Utsuro because Gillian is gonna override the shield that Oboro gives you, because like you tend to run Oboro in a team such as that. Probably spend more like getting at least one of everything, but after the bundles, definitely stopping. Yeah, hopefully you get lucky. There's some pretty useful stuff in here. I mean, depending what you want. Yeah, but yeah, let's just look at the second machine. I mean, yeah, the first unit we'll talk about is the Solomon and Miluna duo. This is an insane unit, I think. you should definitely get one. The only bad thing is it doesn't give you any effective skill boost, like from the active skill, stage 1, or from the awakenings. But it does have it deals damage, it can deal damage, it can help you recover assist, and it can also get you a few T awakenings if you're tackling like the next in-game title, which again, you pretty much need to have 5 afternoon T awakenings to like nullify all of the thorns that you'll be getting, all of the poisons. And Moon Dungeon does restrict it a little bit more to certain dungeons, but I don't think it's too big of a deal. The first stage does give you a long-lasting void super gravity effect, which I think is can be very useful for acceleration units. We don't really have that many acceleration units. Let's look it up. Units with acceleration. We don't really have that much, at least in NA. NA, there's only 5. 2 were introduced from Maid. But yeah, let's just look at the Awakening, what it does. It's basically like a barrel, but for just attack. But yeah, early on, you like this is only gonna give you a 30x 30x attack boost. And if you notice, these units don't really have that many. Their offensive awakenings are not the best. So you kind of like, they're gonna actually shine later in the dungeon, like maybe past floor 6. But yeah, early on, if you void super gravity, that can help those units like triple cap more easily. And then the second stage, again, the bad thing, it doesn't haze, but hopefully it shouldn't be too hard to hopefully make this work as a sub, because it is pretty strong on the second stage. Sensor Super Gravity Boy also tips this duo for me versus Killian. Yeah, that could be pretty handy. I feel like because we don't have a plethora of acceleration units, we don't really see the value of maybe this active skill. Like it might be very useful in the future, but in the future, Goho could also release another unit with a similar active skill, such as this one. But for now, I wouldn't just get it just for if you hope that that we're gonna get a lot of acceleration units, because even JP, they have gotten some, but nothing too crazy. Like, let's just look at it. So in NA we have 5. JP has 21. Some of these are a joke. Like the trump cards, these are farmable cards. Yeah, some of these are farmables. Yeah, the Madoka people do have it. So yeah, at least and the Madoka team does, like, some versions do use this unit also. Solomon will get better as time goes on, but not very prominent at the moment. Are any of the new JP acceleration is notable? For the Madoka people do make up a somewhat strong team. Lance, obviously. I don't think... No, Lance does use Solomon and Meluna. I think they did drop it after Code Geass, but early Lance builds did actually use Solomon and Meluna. And again, Meluna Solomon is not water attribute, but there are units that can cap break her. Like the Mega Awoken Sonya, her active skill got changed, so she turns the unit to the right or left, one or the other, into water attribute, and also cap breaks them. But yeah, that team can definitely benefit from having the 10 turns of void super gravity. Yeah, basically Lance is like a pretty strong leader, and maybe the most notable out of these bunch, because the other people didn't really stick around. Like the Madoka team, they even dropped the Fire Girl here, and they do, I think they still use this girl. But this is, this might not have that much trouble with damage. It will have trouble, actually. I'm not really a huge fan of the Madoka team, because it is a haste system, and it's also rainbow. I'm sure some people don't like that, but yeah, can definitely make use of the void super gravity there. And then second stage, it's really, really a really cracked active skill. this is your double absorption boider that can solve board shrinks, and also notably is your cleric. All in a fortune cooldown. That seems pretty insane. Because then you could just condense those two rolls into one unit. I mean, you have to be very careful. Like, hopefully your team can stall, but you could just drop. You could gain one more flex slot in your team by just including this unit. Like, just the fortune cooldown, it's pretty insane. And like some teams do obviously care about. I don't think a lot of teams, maybe apart from Utsuro, really care about fixing your board. But this is pretty handy for the Great Tree title, because I think floor 2 of the Great Tree, they absorb damage and they also shrink your board to 5x4. So at the very least, you could make you're gonna override the debuff, and you do make it a little bit bigger, and that also makes it easier to like meet combo absorption shields or combo void shields, because there's also in Great Tree there's another floor that they shrink your board, the enemy shrinks your board, and on the next floor there's an enemy that you need to make, is it 14 or 15 combos? Because they have a combo void shield, and if you're one-shotting everything, then you have to stall out the board shrink there. So this is pretty handy when it comes to like overriding that, so that you can hopefully overcome that combo void shield. At this point, you should be looking up dungeon layouts anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, very easy to time Solomon and Duan. Just rely on them as your cleric. I guess as a cleric, the bad thing is that they don't have any heal OEs, but it might not be that difficult to make that up elsewhere. Like it's definitely a challenge. You might still bring a cleric, like the traditional cleric, and use this unit instead as your pure double absorption voider, and that's still pretty good. I mean, just 4 Ls is very useful, especially for some of the dungeons that have come out as of late. Because at times maybe you don't have a lot of orbs in, like Reinhardt. It might be a little hard to have enough orbs to recover from 4 turns of assist recovery removal. So just by having 4 Ls makes it very easy to deal in some of the newer dungeons. Because I think 4 or 5, maybe worst case scenario, is like the most turns of assist removal. I think only Sun was the only notable endgame dungeon that we gotten as of late that gives you 10 turns of assist removal. But most of them tend to be like 2 to 4 most of the time. Rare case, I think there's a 5-turn assist removal at some point in some of the latest endgame. I might be misremembering. I think 4 is still the most. Oh, it's here for 17 days. You're waiting for that, and yeah, definitely wait. Like always, definitely recommend waiting for all of the 3 rolls. Because what if you shot your shot too soon and then you pull the trigger and you exchange for Solomon and Meluna, and then you get a free Solomon Meluna? You could have used that fodder for something else. Like what I did in JP, I definitely did overestimate what I thought. I guess I overestimated their utility, because I was like, let me run 2 Solomon Melunas in a team. But yeah, the fact that they don't bring any skills to the table really sucks. So I did get 2 Solomon Melunas, but I've only been using 1. I still haven't run a team that uses 2, because that just the effective skill boost. I mean, not having a haste, it's a detriment, but just 1 isn't more than enough, in my opinion. Because this equip, while unique, I do think it's unique. I feel like a lot of times you don't really care much for leader swap. Like in the current meta, obviously, I mean, some of the dungeons that give you a lot of XP, they don't allow you any leader swap to begin with. And the only reason why you most of the time would leader swap, it would just be to get a 7x6 board. And I feel like there's also a bunch of leaders that don't really care much for that. Because then if you do run a 7x6 leader, you kind of want to have a unit with an active skill that solves your board shrink problems. So for example, the new Rosetta does that every turn. So you don't really need to draw on a 7x6 leader scale on that unit because she's kind of expanding the board every turn. And if you care for, I feel like most teams don't really care much for 7x6 anymore. So this equip would only be used for XP farming and Colosseums, I think. But I feel like this might be even overkill for those type of dungeons because Colosseums don't tend to have super gravity. Or if you're bringing units from the collab, you probably deal enough damage or triple cap easily. So I don't think the 7C, the tackle, will be all that great. It is definitely, I think, I'm not gonna search right now, but I think it is pretty unique. Leader swap with SDR at the very least. Also nail creation. I feel like just the use case for this equip is very, very niche. So I still think one unit of this duo is all you need. If you can, maybe get two just in case, but I feel like if you do get one of this, maybe look into getting some of the other duos first and then maybe come back to this. But I definitely I think I definitely do recommend getting one Solomon and Meluna at the very least. Again, Reinhardt makes use of her. Solomon, Utsuro makes use of them. So if you're a meta slave like me, definitely get this because it is gonna be very useful, especially for the next in-game title, Mystical Tree. Because again, you do want the Tia Awakenings. I think did I for my big tree title did I run 2 Tia Awakenings? And I think I might have done that. Even though the next title is also Moon, I think I ignored the Moon and I went for the T. Because if you run that the Chibi Nephthys equip on Utsuro, you run this unit with double T Awakenings with Super Awakening, and then you also tend to put that equip, the Maid Nell equip, if you have it. Again, I don't recommend rolling for fodder and then getting this from their first run. But this equip is also pretty good to have on Meluna because they also, if you're not running Echidna from ReZero to run full dark, this is pretty useful there. Also, if you're not running Solomon and Meluna as your resist recovery unit, you could run the new bypass defense Leighton with that other equip because it does give you the BDP awakening. So that's gonna allow you to deal more damage to the enemies because you're gonna bypass the defense, and enemies increasing their defense is a thing now in endgame. So that might matter for like some 1-shots, 2-shots. So yeah, it could be pretty. It could be an equip you might look into getting if you can, but again, don't recommend chasing Nell or fodder for Nell. Just because the first round is not that useful. But yeah, second unit that I do recommend maybe getting. I feel like if you have Reinhardt, I mean, if you see yourself rolling in Trump in Card Kingdom, if you know about those units, I haven't talked about it, but you guys, if you follow Pat News, you probably saw all of the teasers and stuff. Or maybe you even play also JP. But this could be a unit for the new light T unit from that event. This unit is, like Meluna and Solomon, they kind of suffer from the first stage, not giving you an effective skill boost, but it does give you an enhanced OE Skyfall buff. I think for Gale Cloud, the first floor gives you a negative OE Skyfall, so at least this is good for overriding. But yeah, later on, they do cap break themselves, and they also give you a looping Pierce. So this is another option for Pierce, mainly for Reinhardt. I mean, the bad thing is that this unit is not light attribute, obviously. And if you run Seria, you're like overriding the cap break. So I think Seria is 5 turns, right? So there's gonna be a turn where you don't actually have where's Seria? Yeah, she's on a 5-turn cooldown. This gets on 6. I mean, it probably won't matter all that much, but you're gonna have to override the bigger cap break at some point. But it's fine. You get the looping Piers. Piers damage void shields are extremely common in the game, so this lets you ignore that. Also, like you condense into this unit the looping shield, which again is very important for current end game because you're required to have a lot of bulk every single turn. So you ideally want looping HP buff, looping shield at the same time for some teams. If you have enough bulk, you might just be able to survive with like Serious equip. But yeah, as the game is shifting right now, we want a lot of bulk every turn. So this is pretty good for that. That's why this unit is seeing use. And just like Solomon, I mean, like every unit in the second realm, I think the first realm, I think they all might have the Tia Awakening. But at least this one also can have access to up to 2 Tia Awakenings to help you void thorns and poison damage. So pretty good for super altitude dungeons. But again, the next title will, like your Reinhardt team, you most likely want to have. Actually, maybe Reinhardt doesn't really call for that many Tia Awakenings as much as Utsuro, because Utsuro is a little tricky because of the thorns. Reinhardt tends to have I mean, if you're on like Circlia, if it's a Sun dungeon, or maybe you have 2 units like Circlia and the new Ryun, like Ryun, maybe you have a lot of healing already. So you could probably out heal thorn damage and poison. So I feel like for Reinhardt, it's entirely possible you don't really care much for the T, but it could come in pretty handy. If you have low recovery for some reason. But yeah, look into this, mainly if you have a Reinhardt, because again, you wouldn't really use this unit with Utsuro because you're also gonna override your shield, and you don't need the Pierce because it's a BDB team. You don't need the Pierce effect. But yeah, both of these units require 7 Path Cafe units. Again, I would prioritize Solomon and Luna. Then I would look into Gillian and Dryer. The other duo, well, there's other 2 units you could exchange for Path Cafe 2 fodder. This one, I don't think it's that big on. I would only get this if you have like Deku and Bakugo, because this opens up more possible. It expands your sub pool because this is a unit you could use to deal with attribute and damage absorption shields. This unit can also deal with Awoken binds and also deal with problematic boards, because Deku and Bakugo, they don't deal with they don't override orbs. So if you get a full fire board, or if you get a full wood board, or a full heal board, or a full board of 2 of those only, then Deku Bakugo does not override, and then you won't be able to activate the leader skill because you can't activate the Firewood Awakening. So this is pretty handy for that, and it does it has up to 40 awakenings. So this is also good for again the content where you want to have like fully nullified thorns or poison damage. I feel like honestly this doesn't do all that much. I mean, the cap break is gonna get overwritten. Even though there's no void buffs, a very common debuff by enemies is cap break debuffs. So this even if you if you don't face that debuff, you're probably your damage from this unit is gonna get neuter. But with Deku Bakugo, it doesn't really matter because that unit constantly, like every other turn, cap breaks your whole team, your attacker type. So she doesn't really do anything with the first stage, but could be useful. I remember seeing some people use this as an off pair because it does give you a big recovery buff, but it's not that big because it's also not a pure damage reduction shield leader skill. So it kind of also the combos it doesn't give you that many combos, so it's gonna be a little hard to like overcome combo related shields. But it could work. I remember seeing some clears for some dungeons with Deku Bakugo pair with this one. But it's gonna be a little bit tricky. literally just pull them because Roche is one of my favorites, and I have to deal with her being unusable without Deku. Yeah, just Firewood doesn't really have anything at the moment other than that leader from my hero. So yeah, you probably because yeah, there's no other useful origin for this archetype, right? I'm blanking out, but I'm pretty sure that we don't have another good one. I mean, Mina from Kaiju number 8. I mean, she also has the issue of not being able to like override orbs, and I feel like she also had some issues with healing. I think, and I think also combos because she requires a row. But yeah, yeah, I would only exchange for this if you have Deku and Bakugo, and if you really like them, then I would maybe look into getting this. This equip, I don't hate it. It's pretty handy, but again, I think only Deku and Bakugo cares for this because I do have Deku and Bakugo on my ult, and a very common problem that I face when making a team for them is that I don't have enough SBR with like the other I think Stark is a unit that doesn't have SBR. There's a few other ones that I'm blanking out which ones don't have SBR, but most of the time I have like only 3 SBRs, which is 60%. So you tend to want to have full 100% skill binders, because otherwise it's pretty much game over. Because if you don't have access to your orb gen, you're pretty much dead because you can't activate your leader skills. So this could be useful there. It's not useful for meeting resonance, at least for Deku Bakugo, because this is fire attribute equipped. And also the leader skill doesn't really do all that much. I guess it's good for the long-lasting auto heal. This could be useful for some farming setups. It's not not the worst, because also you can all apart from the 2 SBRs, the OEs, the SDR and the TPA can help out units to help recover from unmatchables. I mean, that might matter for some teams if you're running that batch. Usually, your team needs to be able to like be able to match at least 2 attributes for you to get value out of this. And I mean, Utsuro is mono dark, Reinhardt is mono light. So this is probably only useful for like a rainbow or a rainbowish team, and obviously they go on Bakugo because you could like recover wood with fire TPS and so on. Wouldn't be my first priority for a trade, even if you have Deku on Bakugo again, because I don't see that much value that you could get out of this. I feel like that leader tends to have better off pairs. Like Stark is pretty good. He does add more combos. And when it comes to a double absorption voider, you could maybe find somebody else. And the Stark team, Deku Bakugo tends to have like at least 1 or 2 flex slots. And you also sometimes are able to fit in all from ReZero or Athena Non, Wood Athena Non. And that unit can help you deal with with problematic boards. So for the eyesight, hopefully we do get JK. And hello bitches. That's the one I'm hoping for. I think I saw what's his name? Aheniki. I'm sure some other creators made a poll because I keep seeing polls on JP Twitter. But I think most people out of the 4 options that they were hoping for Bleach for a Bleach collab. I bought it for JJK, and I think JJK was the last. There were like 4 options. One of them was Bleach. I can't remember the second one. Then the other one was JJK, and the other one was the other option. But I'm pretty sure JJK was the last option. I think maybe it was above other. But those 2 other anime were winning in that poll at least. No, probably waiting for Bleach season to end, maybe. I mean, yeah, Bleach could be also hype. I don't know. obviously it's gonna get the Conan and Hunter treatment, where all of the old units are gonna get moved to the bonus machine, and we're gonna get a whole new revamp, a whole new unit that you could get from a new RAM. Maybe they just do One Piece again. One Piece? Do they have anything going on? I mean, I know the anime is still ongoing, but do they have anything exciting? Because they tend to do collabs at not all the time, but usually I feel like for something more exciting. Because for One Piece they had the movie, like Digimon, it was like a significant anniversary, at least for the first run. I mean, ReZero is because there's a new season. I guess One Piece had a new season at some point soon. Oh yeah, there's a whole new is there like a reboot for One Piece coming out soon? There are like 50 plus. Maybe that's gonna be the first collab where we get 2 RAMs from the get-go. Imagine that. That's gonna be insanely expensive. Yeah, that is a lot of characters. But yeah, the last unit that's exchangeable for Pad Cafe to fodder is Rosetta. And unfortunately for most people, she is very underwhelming. This is a 4-unit system. Maybe she were able to tackle some other mechanic with her active skills. She might be worthwhile, but being a 4-unit system, being your orb gen, means that you don't have a lot of flexibility when it comes to the rest of your subs. Most likely, I mean, you're for sure are going to need a cleric, and then the last slot is gonna be an Omnivoider like Apocalypse from Digimon, because that's like the best Omnivoider for dark teams. And since again this is a mono dark team, your cleric needs to also have like a low cooldown, because you can't do like the whole TPA unmatchable thing, because you only have dark orbs to help you recover unmatchable, and if you get dark unmatchable, that's GG's. You roll one Rosetta and you're going to decide if you want to actually go for the system. Well, upskill, I feel like it's very, very expensive. I feel like your fodder could be better used with the other 3 units, maybe. I mean, mainly the first 2, Gillian and Solomon. Maybe Valerian Roche if you have Dekuku and Bakugo. Otherwise, I mean, sure, maybe you have a copy of all of the other ones. I feel like it's not worth it, because you need at least 3 Rosettas. That's 21 fodder. That's 210 stones just for a Rosetta system. Yeah, and also 22 billion. 22 billion is pretty, like, it's definitely better than Ideal's 18. But again, I feel like this is gonna lag behind. Maybe even with the next stream, they're gonna introduce, if they introduce a new endgame soon, like maybe the 22 billion for the whole team is not going to cut it. I mean, it'll definitely cut it. Like, I definitely think the dungeon is still gonna be clearable with the cap rate, such as even 18 billion for Made Ideal, but it'll feel sluggish, I'm pretty sure, because cap rate numbers have gotten like significantly higher as of late in JP. She might be fun with Obanai Demon Slayer. That unit is also a 3-turn cooldown, 4-turn cooldown, right? And I'm pretty sure Obanai at least deals with peers, like a two Obanais, 2 Rosettas, I guess. But then you only have the shield half the time, because that's her main appeal. The main appeal for this Rosetta is that the team is very bulky, so you can maybe like not have a need for a lot of like team HP equips, because you're halving damage every turn with 4 Rosettas. If you mix it with Obanai, you might not have enough bulk. Yeah, if this was at least if the shield at least lasted for 2 turns, that she would have been a little bit more useful, because you could drop it drop it to 2 Rosettas and then run 1 unit to close the Origin loop. And then have more flexibility when it comes to the other subs. But yeah, unfortunately, this is a 1-turn cooldown shield. I mean, a shield that only lasts for 1 turn. So yeah, that's the bad thing. On the plus side, like I mentioned, 7x6, you 7x6 every turn. So you do have a very good chance of being able to activate your leader skill because you need 2 dark combos. Because you also need 3 dark combos to like get all of the effects. Because like imagine she didn't do 7x6, then if an enemy, like even if we assume she had the 7x6 leader skill clause here, but yeah, any board shrink like that would further decrease your sub pool because then you need your Omnivoider or your Cleric to also be able to solve board shrinks. So at the very least, she does handle that. At the very least, she also tackles targeted attack debuffs. So that I feel like those are not that annoying. So I don't think this is that great of a unit. So I wouldn't go for a full system. It's just way too expensive, and also this is going to like suffer in super altitude dungeons because it's only 1.5 recovery and it's not even pure damage reduction. This is even worse than the other units because at least for example Roche, it's 9x with like a 3x, so that's like essentially it's a little more than a 2x recovery, right? If we just divide by the 9x by almost 3. But Rosetta is only 1.5, and then you don't get pure damage reduction. I mean, it's still maybe about I don't know. How would you do this math? What is the effective recovery here? I feel like it's still not the best. At 2 Rosetta points, you do have at least each Rosetta will bring 1 Hilo E to the table, 1 Hilo E plus. But I feel like then you, especially in Super Altitude Dungeon, Rosetta is able to defeat like Drizzle title. I'm pretty sure I've seen a Drizzle player or 2. But I'm pretty sure you want to have to match like a bunch of heal TPAs probably, because the recovery is not that great without those heal TPAs. Because the recovery buff is not that great, and it's also again not a pure damage reduction leader skill. The equip is also, I don't think it's worth the fodder, but you could use this for Utsuro teams because Dark BDP, that's also devil type. You could use it to activate resonance on some units. He kind of doesn't really care much for the heal OE. Obviously, it does counter negative OE debuffs. But it would have been better if this had a T equip, T Awakening, Afternoon T Awakening. Because again, the next in-game title does kind of call for at least 5 for Utsuro. So yeah, not even the equip is like reason enough for me to like get this unit if you don't get it. Definitely recommend looking into the other 3 units. Again, prioritize Solomon, then maybe Gillian, and if you have the Kugan Bakugo, and if you really like them, then maybe Valeria. Rip Rosetta Waterways, yeah. Everyone was had higher hopes of her, especially because of the art. Let's see. Other 4 exchangeable are Mail and Hakure. Hakure is, I feel like, definitely a skep. He's only really good for like I feel like EMM teams, expert multi-match. This is a 2-unit system that gives you a board and also voids attribute absorption every turn if you're on a system. I wish maybe he had a cap break. Like you kind of have to find a cap breaker for this unit. I don't exactly hate it, but a lot of the Rainbow team, like for Madoka, they have a you wouldn't use this unit because you have an orb generator. For Frieren is the orb generator, so there's not really any place right now for Hakure where you actually want it. Like unless you're running EMM shenanigans, then that's the only is where I would see you using this unit. The equip, like I mentioned with the Maid Cecilia equip, this could be pretty good on Frieren because you tend to not to need damage awakenings, and with Frieren, at least her like that Frieren 70 billion cap break, all of the damage can go straight to the enemy with the guard break equip. So that's yeah, that's the only useful thing I see for Hakurai, honestly. If you're running Rainbow, you're probably running Frieren or maybe Madoka in the future, and then you can use these units. I mean, Madoka people, they all have resonance. I don't know if they qualify. I mean, we could actually quickly check. Like, would you even use it there? Where's Madoka? There's only 2 light units. This is attacker healer. This is devil. No, physical. No, doesn't work. Does it work with this one? Attacker physical. Okay, at least for that unit. For this unit, it could it could at least enable resonance. Mutant can dead if you offer with Himmel though. Yeah, Himmel gives you the fixed move time. I'm sorry, I was drinking water. But yeah, you also get the blindnesses and the cloud. I think doesn't Hyther, doesn't he? Oh, yeah, he already has blind, so you don't really need the blind, or at least the cloud. Clouds could be very annoying. They're not that deadly, but especially because with Frieren you have a 7x6 board. But yeah, at least you get guard break, cloud, some skill boost, and a little bit of HP. Also, you get HP for being on attribute, equipped onto Frieren, because this is a light equip. These are exchangeable for GFEs. I don't think this is worth the fodder, really. Mill, people will have to get familiar with Mill if you want to clear the fix mystical tree title that we'll get soon. Actually, no, that one's gonna come in a month, because in JP we got the fix title, which you could enter, which you have to enter with your own team. But after that's over, we're gonna get a fix mystical tree title, which is exactly the same spawns with the same damage numbers and HP numbers, but it's a fix team that's led by Mill, and the subs are other made Path Cafe 2 units. The origin here, it doesn't overwrite, but it does give you I mean, I do like the fact that it captures the whole sub, all of your subs, and also deals with peers. And it is a 2-unit system. I feel like if you really like to collect systems, maybe get this, but I haven't really seen anyone use this unit at all. Like basically everyone was forced to use her for the fixed team. Because yeah, also 18 billion again, it's not gonna age that well. It's not aging that well in JP right now. And also the origin, it's a little hard to like heal, because you tend to want to heal with heal TPAs, and she Mill only generates 5 healers, which is enough for the hard cross that you need to match. The notable thing for this unit is that it is an 83% damage reduction later skill. It is notable, but just the healing, it's gonna suck in super altitude. I would definitely not recommend running this in super altitude content, because they don't have a heal, a recovery buff on the later skill. And even for non super altitude, the healing is also, again, might be a little sus, because you don't have that much. You can't guarantee that many heals to match a heal TPA or something. So it's gonna be very tricky to pull that off. The equip is Daytona support. Sure. I mean, it is another leader swap equip with damage awakenings. I mean, it's interesting, but again, I feel like leader swap is not that important. It's not that on demand right now. But it's only if you care for farming the event and Cola Colosseums, because that's when you would leader swap if you want to get all of the drops. Honestly, another unit that we'll talk about soon is Maid Minaka. a lot of people do use her to farm XP in the Colosseums. I mean, for this one especially because it's a maid Colosseum, but I've seen people use her for other Colosseums. And if you have a developed box, if you've been around, you probably have enough resources, so you don't really care much for the Colosseum drops. So you don't really you don't care about entering with an event or a collab unit. So you don't really care about the leaders up at all. It's interesting, but again, yeah, maybe Daytona comes back and this is useful for something. But I do think it's still hard for me to recommend exchanging for this. If you're swimming in GFEs, I might do it just to have a system. I feel like maybe you'll use this sometime. I do find it unlikely though. This unit doesn't camp break themselves. The unit that you I mean, there's plenty of units that you can use that camp break leader helper. But the most notable one from this rem is Fasca. I wish this leader up equips would take it further and be like other cars. The Ramos car was, yeah, those could be a little bit more useful because yeah, a lot of times you don't want these type of awakenings. Well, it's more so for other older leader swap equips because they tend to have pretty bad awakenings. At least this one is a TPA, so on the leader it might not be that bad if it is a TPA leader. But yeah, I get what you mean. Sometimes it's a little bit more better when you can with this equip you can leader swap other people. But yeah, this one is only for the unit that you equip it onto. So yeah, I don't recommend exchanging for this. It's hard to, because again, 18 billion mainly. I do like it's a system. It's a looping peer system with orb gen, but that's not gonna be that great. I mean, if you're a newish player, mail can carry you a long way. It's relatively cheap to get if you roll in this event. But yeah, if you care about tackling the latest endgame, she's very lacking, mainly for the lack of Recarby buff. The two other bundle units. Let's look at Ilmina first. This is, I guess, she was like the most notable unit on release because 83% damage reduction is fairly new. There's not a lot of units with this type of leader skill. And this unit is kind of similar to Freerin, where they make up a 3-unit system that gives you orb gen and they void super gravity. But honestly, I don't think. Well, first of all, it's really hard to get this unit because this is the BGM. What is the percentage? Is it 1% or 1.5? I think it's 1.5 because it's a 10 stone machine. But let me open up path. But yeah, I mean, if you think about Imperial Dramon, that was a 3-unit BGM system, and I know people spend like around 1,000 stones, and maybe they only got one or no Imperial Dramons at all. So your luck might be similar in this machine, because again, this is the BGM, and I feel like apart from the units that I'll go over, I still feel like most of the machine doesn't have that much value. But yeah, let's see. What's her pull rate? Yeah, 1.5. But yeah, the reason why I don't like this unit too much is because when I saw her in play I mean, I don't have any experience with this unit because I didn't pull her on JP. But from what I could see, this unit does have trouble triple capping. Even after you nullify super altitude, you cannot. I think to triple cap, you pretty much need to match like 3 crosses, basically. Like 2 fire, 2 light, 2 fire, 1 light at the very least to triple cap. Because and you basically at the very least you do need to match 2 crosses every turn. If you don't like making crosses, you might not like this unit, because the way shape awakenings work, like crosses, for the fire ping to max out or like deal a significant amount of damage, you need to match a fire cross. but the multiplier for fire attribute from that cross is not going to transfer over to the light ping from this unit. So to deal significant damage with the light ping, you need to make a light cross. So if you hate making crosses, this is not the leader for you. I don't think it's that difficult, especially because you have a pretty good chance of having enough orbs with her orb gen to have enough for both, for one of each. But it's also entirely possible that you get 4 light, 4 fire, and the rest heal. It's very unlikely, but I feel like that's something maybe worth mentioning. It would be very funny, at least to me, if I were playing with Elmina and you get only 4 of each, and then you get, because yeah, it would be better if she gave you like a fixed board. Because also you do, I mean, I don't think, I mean, maybe some people will have, if you don't like consistent leaders, maybe the fact that you get a random assortment of orbs is a little annoying, because then you have to like learn how to place 2 crosses on a board. And if you get too many, for example, too many fire orbs, then you might have some trouble like fitting 2 fire crosses and a light cross without like that many other like heal orbs, basically. And then healing also might be an issue, because if you don't, then you also want to have like enough space to like fit like at least 1 heal TPA. So that's, you're gonna have to learn how to place all of those orbs together, like at least 2 crosses. If you're dealing with super altitude content, you might even need to do like 2 heal TPAs. So you have to figure out how to place them in a 6x5 board. Maybe, I mean, it would have been infinitely easier if Elmina also gave you a 7x6 board like Frieren, along with the super gravity void, but she doesn't do this. So yeah, that's something I'm sure some people might be annoyed with. I don't know if a lot of people will be, but that is something to know. I mean, this unit does deal more damage than Frieren, a little bit more, but again, that is an issue, because not much of an issue, I guess. It would have been way better if she did like 31 billion cap break for 2 turns, because that's effectively the same amount of damage. But then her third ping would be probably fully maxing out. Because again, from what I could tell from some videos that I saw, she does struggle with the third attribute ping. Even the second attribute might be an issue. Probably not, but it does depend. But yeah, 2 extra recovery and a pure damage reduction. That's pretty good. 30 million FUA, that's really good. Also 4 combos, that's a good amount. I mean, that's the same as Reinhardt. So pretty solid leader skill. Again, it's just gonna be whether you're up to the playstyle, whether you like making those crosses and you know where to place your healoes, because that might actually be an issue. You might die to not healing enough in the newer content, because fitting 2 heal TPAs in some dungeons, it's gonna be annoying. I'm pretty sure some people are gonna have issues with that. Does the cross match help with her teams? Yeah, Path Island did introduce the cross match. I thought they would have introduced it a little bit sooner, but it was just recently introduced in JP. Let me look. I forget what it does. I think it gives you more combos, which you don't really need with this unit, because 4 combos, I believe it's more than enough. I guess crosses do take up a good chunk of space, so maybe it's not the worst. But let me see. What does the cross batch do? So it's going to triples attack. Yeah, add 2 combos and more FUA. Like, yeah, this unit doesn't need any more FUA. I don't think it needs that. I mean, I don't think combos will be a huge issue, but it could be, maybe. especially if you don't like matching again those two crosses and TPAs. If you struggle with some boards, because again, random assortment, that might be a reason why you might not have a good board. You might not be able to like overcome like a 14, 15 combo boy shield, or like a 13 combo absorption shield. I feel like it's not gonna be the worst, but I feel like it doesn't drastically change the team. The new cross badge that we got from Hestia from Pat Island. It just gives you the just more combos. Which honestly, if you're, it might just make your clear slower, because then you have to deal with that animation. Two extra combos every turn. Because you might not even need to overcome that many. Like you might face like maybe two enemies that put up a combo related shield. So I don't think the cross badge drastically makes the team better. Is the old Racky? Oh, welcome back, Anthony. Welcome to the game. Welcome back to the game. Yeah, if you manage to get amass a few stones, I do think rolling the second rem is not the worst idea, but it is very expensive. And especially if maybe in the past you cleared the Sonia story mode already, you might not have that many stones before the event is over. I mean, what are you running with the old Bracky with? Because I think he needs like 3 wood combos now to like actually deal to actually like do something with the later scale. 2? Okay. I mean, do you have anyone good that deals at does Bracky do origin? I forget. I think I had to use him somewhat recently because you needed to clear a quest with them. But at the very least, you have access to that. Yeah, some farmables are not the worst. Yeah, he doesn't have 3-turn cooldown. Yeah. So it's not the worst to get 3 of him, I guess. I mean, he should be good enough to like do a good chunk of content. But yeah, this might not be my preferred unit to go after if you're new to the game or returning, because again, you need to match like 2 crosses and a few heal TPAs. Filmina's. Oh no, I was talking about Bracky. I mean, Bracky. I don't know if Bracky's a he either. You did shoot. Yeah, the shootout. Yeah, a lot of the content, especially with the ordeals. Like ordeals definitely brought some units back to life that you might have from the past. Maybe. I mean, who's a good ordeal? I mean, Pandora. She's probably okay if you have her from back in the day. She has a new ordeal, and she does make up a 2-unit system. I forget if the leader skill is all that great, but she can definitely do Shura. She can definitely do, maybe without a develop box. Probably not the last like maybe 10 dungeons, but it's a good chunk of damage that you can do. Yeah, mini Pandora. Yeah, look into her. I think yeah, she might be very useful to you. Freja, the Freja ordeal has been seeing a lot of use in JP for some builds. Oh yeah, bloating. Yeah, you can swipe through a lot of stuff. Yeah, and bloating can also be pretty fast if you don't fully awoke in the combo or awakening. Let's see, but yeah, with Elmina, at least you don't have to worry about about thorn and poison damage. I mean, you wouldn't have any poisons because you're overriding the board every turn. But at least with thorns, you don't have you don't have to deal with those, because with 3 Elminas, you have at least 6 T, and you only need 5 to negate thorn and poison damage. Oh, congrats on the kiddo. But yeah, hopefully at least you have some. I mean, yeah, the game. Honestly, we were going through like a dry spell right now. Nothing too exciting in going on in path. and it won't happen until I don't even know, for the next 2 months. It's still looking pretty dry. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, since you were logging in, hopefully maybe you have some other good stuff you could use from like free rolls and stuff, and maybe at least a good chunk of stones to like spend here and there. But yeah, the equip. I mean, the equip, I don't think it's also that interesting. Like, obviously, the T and cross combination, I feel like it's not the worst, but a lot of times you don't really run. I mean, just for an Elmina team, that's where you probably use a cross equip. But for most teams, you don't really go out of your way to include a cross. I feel like most people deal with sticky blinds, and if you do need to fit in a cross, there's other teams, there's other equips you could use. This obviously is better for a unit with self-reliance. But if it's a transforming unit, it's a little hard to like overcharge it because the cooldown is 6 turns. Maybe if it were at most 4, then that's doable. But I feel like 6 might be asking too much. It's not. I don't think this is worth like $30. Like some BGMs are also like are like bait, like where maybe the base is not. Maybe the base is something you could ignore, but maybe the equip is really broken or it looks very broken at the time. I feel like for Elmina, that's not the case. So this is not worth the $30. Even if you're not going for the full system, the equip, I feel like it's something you could skip. JB stream better not. Yeah, we definitely need something exciting because I've been just logging in and I'm kind of checked out of the game. And like I mentioned before, I'm kind of like taking I have like other stuff that I have to do, so I can't really sit down and make a review video for some stuff. So I'm like, that's why I'm doing this stream. I mean, I've done it for other banners, for other collabs and events, but I think going forward, I'm not gonna put out a review video for for a while at least. I don't know when. I don't know if I'll go back to doing those, but I mean, I at least still plan to like stream here and there. Just probably not put up the usual review. But yeah, this is something I feel like you could skip if you just buy bundles. I don't think it's in high demand. If you're gonna get Elmina, it's probably to play with, and you do need 3 units. If you're free to play, I definitely don't recommend chasing because a lot of, even though I did highlight a few units, and I will still highlight a few more units from the second rem. A lot of the stuff you're gonna get is not gonna be that useful in dupes. So chasing after this BGM system, it's gonna net you a lot of dupes for a lot of a lot of useless dupes. Kill entire stage missions and all the arenas. Oh yeah, we got a dungeon reset somewhat soon because they merged normals and technicals. So that recently happened. So yeah, that's something you have to get through. Yeah, a lot of stones to get. Yeah, check the achievements too. I mean, that's for later on when you clear. Because back in the day we used to have you were able to clear the first floor of like a set of dungeons for 85 stones. They got rid of that and they moved that to achievements. But that's gonna happen later on. I don't think Shura is a dungeon that gives you achievement stones. I think maybe that's a little too old. Maybe it is actually, but I forget. Doing Shura with Nadeko and Seina. I feel like, was I here when Nadeko was meta? Nadeko's the wood combo unit, right? I feel like I started playing. I started replaying in 2022. And Seina, she was still decently strong, but I don't think she was at her peak, maybe when she was introduced. But yeah, I think you probably were, you took your break like around there, or maybe like 2020, 2021. But yeah, I mean, I guess the main change that has happened is super altitude, super gravity, and a bunch of like new awakenings. let's see. So yeah, this one skip. Metatron. I think Metatron. I mean, this is a 3-unit system. The good thing about it is that you don't need to transform her. And she makes up a 3-unit system that gives you a board, self cap rate to 70 billion, and also voids the attribute and damage absorption. So she does cover a lot of stuff. Like a system with her does cover a lot of stuff. She deals decent enough damage, but I feel like the healing is might be a little sus at times, especially because her leader skill. Because you're gonna be running this unit as a leader most likely, and if you notice, the leader skill scales with each row. So it's gonna be a little bit hard to like heal through in some dungeons because you have to position your heal TPAs in a certain way to also like maximize rows. I feel like also combo absorption shields are gonna be annoying. I mean, if you get like super altitude with a high combo absorption shield, you might not be able to like overcome it. I feel like for mystical tree, the big tree title, there is a unit. I think floor 11, 10. He requires, I believe, 14 or 15 combos. And this unit is able to overcome that. I feel like from the videos that I remember seeing, it wasn't that huge of a deal, but it depends how you're comfortable. I feel like this unit might also get a little bit boring because you're making the same row matches, but it is pretty strong. I mean, this requires more work than Reinhardt, because Reinhardt you just make one row, one heal combo, and you're at 10C, and that's often case more than enough. But yeah, for this one, your combos do depend on the amount of rows you make, so that might be an issue. But I feel like for most content, it shouldn't be too bad. The bad thing is that this unit is you need 3 to make a system, and since it's also an orb skin, the pull rate is a little low on the low side. So if you're free to play, it might be very hard to like actually get a full Metatron system. They were trying to make Reina Santama at the time. I only played back in the day though when the Crypt's 50% shield, no HP recovery. Yeah, right now we're at like 200x attack buff from a single leader. Yeah, the numbers have definitely gotten inflated. I mean, were you playing back? I don't think cap breaks were a thing. Like cap breaks active skills, I'm pretty sure. We only had the DDC, the double damage cap latent, and that was it, I think. Now we have units cap breaking to 70 billion. And then some units like Gintoki, 150 billion if you face a certain enemy. But yeah, hard to get. The leader skill being scaling might pose an issue against certain enemies, and combined with healing, that might be something you have to worry about. And yeah, it's just hard to get. But effective HP is still pretty solid. Damage is still pretty good. Again, you have maybe not too much flexibility like with Elmina also, because it is a 3-unit system. But at the very least, this unit does deal with 2 important mechanics that you do see pretty often: absorption, attribute absorption, and damage absorption. So at least there's that. Equip, banishes, 7C, Dark Row, SDR, Part Break, half HP. It doesn't do anything fancy. The active skill, it is 1 turn cooldown, so it might be really easy to overcharge. So if you're putting this on a transforming unit, you might get screwed if you don't count your skill boost. But and on the other hand, it's really easy to overcharge the transforming unit to use this equip to like get it to banish. So it has its pros and cons. This being 1 turn cooldown. I feel like it's not that amazing. It is okay, but I feel like I mean, Dark Rose, you don't really care much for those. There's a Claudia team you can make Claudia that doesn't need to make Dark Rose, but I feel like she can do without this equip. And that unit is also a non-transforming unit. I'm pretty sure. I can will double check soon. So you don't really need all of those skill boosts either from the equip, the 3 skill boosts. So it's like you could probably use something better that maybe gives you bulk or just give you it gives you damage. You might not even need the SDR. Cabaret wasn't a thing for a while. For example, a unit 3 basic 7Cs with the highest hitting sub you could bring like damage absorb. Yeah, I remember way back in the day where you have to like get under the damage absorption threshold. Like sub dead, that's the classic enemy everyone remembers from Arena 1 back in the day. Was it Arena 1 or 2? Like one of the early arenas. But you have to like carefully damage control. Damage control is really not really a thing anymore. Because everyone either fully triple caps or at least does a significant damage with the first and second attribute, or you do 0 damage. And just activate your leader skill damage reduction. Would I buy this? No, not really. This is still very niche. Again, I don't think. Maybe for the future, if we get some other Dark Row unit, this because Dark Rows do increase the damage for the full team. Like your whole dark damage for the whole team gets boosted. So the triple capping with enough Dark Rows is a little bit easier, but I feel like there's not great demand for this right now. I would maybe only buy this if you draw like maybe 1 or 2. Like if you want a self pair, definitely you want like 2 who own 2 Metatrons already, and then like buy this one to complete the system. But I feel like this didn't really stuck out as a top tier meta leader, even though her name is Metatron Meta. But yeah, if you have like Reinhardt, Utsuro, you could just stick with those and save the $20. Like stick with them. They're still very, very, very strong in JP, and Metatron doesn't come close to them. Yeah, like I quit in 2015-16. I quit that. And then I've never found a game that scratches the itch. Because the gameplay is still pretty fun, even though it's way easier. Because like back in the day, like only like the pros will play like Anubis and actually do 10 combos in 5 seconds. Now it's really easy to like match 1 combo, deal, and then that makes you reach 9 combo at least. So it's very easy to see the numbers go up, but the game is still pretty fun, even though it's easier. Let's see. So that's the 7 stars. 6 stars, Celine. This is just really good for dungeon boost stacking. If you care for MP, definitely get this. I mean, try to get this because this is a mid. All of the units now are mid rarity, so you have to like actually roll them from the RAM. This is the unit with the most dungeon boost. So it has 7 if you choose the correct super awakening. But yeah, I would only care for this if you care for MP farming. And also for the new mode, the idle mode. Because often enough, I mean, I didn't really know that, but it obviously makes sense. But if you want some of the new cosmic gems from level 10, dungeon boost does increase the chances, I think. I don't know if there's any hard evidence that people have maybe data mined or maybe even calculated by hand by like doing a bunch of trials. But I'm like, because when you do auto build your team, when you meet the conditions to counter all the gimmicks, auto build tends to just stack dungeon boost units in your team at the end. But yeah, this is good for that if you care. If you care for that new mode, that it's not really that much of a mode, but it's okay. I mean, this is also a haste, not a haste, swipeable board, but this not having any dungeon boost, it's gonna be very hard for you to actually get to 20 skill boosts, especially if you have multiple Selines. But you could always use the 20 skill boost badge, but then that means giving up on equips, which would mean giving up on possible 6 dungeon boosts from equip. So, I mean, I would still hope to get multiple copies of Celine if you can. But I don't know if it's worth going for a lot of Celines. I feel like the equip is not that great, but it's also it could be good for swiping, dungeon boost. Sure, it's like similar to the other Celine equips because they give you a board and a haste. And I think they also, at least one of them, gives you the dungeon boost awakening. The old Celine. I don't think they have that 3 skill boosts, but yeah, at least this has 3 skill boosts there. Walking Bind could be useful for some swapping builds. I kind of doubt it, but yeah, could be good for some swiping. She does have an unconditional, well, not unconditional, as long as you're over 50. But I've been farming MP on Pat Island with my Kikoro team on the extra floor for Pat Island, and I'm just off pairing with this Celine. I'm not off pairing with Camilla because like Academy Camilla because she is bindable. At least this Celine is not bindable, and I could actually I also get the attack buff from leading with Celine. I feel like it wouldn't really change much if I double pair Kikoro and then I have enough attack from those leader skills. But I just wanted to be lazy and have both my Kikoros on one side, so I can just use one finger to like tap both Kikoros because I didn't want to go across the screen. I wanted to be extra lazy when farming MP and just have my 2 Kikoros on one side. So that's why I pair with the Celine. So at least there's that. You do get like a somewhat useful attack buff from above 50. Rank XP, I feel like this doesn't matter too much, but maybe for some builds because you also get the part break. So maybe if you're farming Enigma, I don't think there's that many dungeons where you want to stack dungeon boost and part break. Apart from what was it? The Neo Greg dungeon. Maybe that's one where some people do care for stacking dungeon boosts, but I feel like for endgame dungeon boosts are not useful at all. And you probably can't even afford to bring Celine because she doesn't bring any skill boosts to the table. I mean, yeah, just to keep it short, get this just for dungeon boost if you can. Amaterasu, pretty good cleric, a lot of healing, no skill boost again. It does have T, it does have Ls. It is a looping HP buff, so that matters for, again, the newer endgame where you need a lot of bulk all the time. So this is good for that, but as usual, it's a little tricky to like have only one. Like if your cleric is also your HP loop, you might get screwed at some point because if you're trying to loop the HP buff to get enough bulk, you might move on to a floor and then you need the Awoken Bind or the Unmatchable, and then you don't have it because you only have one cleric, and then you just die. But yeah, you could just bring some other unit because some of the newer units, like we saw Roche, like they're like half clerics. They might deal with Awoken Binds or deal with Unmatchables. So hopefully you have some other unit at the very least that is able to be a half cleric, and that way you can get the most value out of Amaterasu. But yeah, the dungeon moves might hurt if you have a transforming unit. I don't think it'll be a huge deal, but for example, you might not be able to afford to bring this Amaterasu and the Meluna Solomon duo because both units don't have any skill boost on their base awakenings. But this is still a solid enough cleric, especially if you know the dungeon, because that way you know when to optimally use the cleric and for the HP buff, because then you can just condense that into one roll. Equip destroys the shields. I mean, that's maybe useful for something, but you will need to bring equip. We have Cloud and Blind Resist. Yeah, this is kind of whatever. It's just okay for the resist and the OEs and the SBR. Shield destruction, that's only kind of like useful for like certain farming builds, so it could come in useful, but we do have a couple of other 2 shield destruction active skills. Not Riku, unfortunately, but Butler Riku. But yeah, this is still pretty good. But yeah, I do agree the matching skills necessary for for the current meta it's not that difficult to like meet them to have enough like quote unquote skill. But I mean, even team building, there's like a checklist you have to build. Like, yeah, there's something you have to check. There's a list you have to go through and check when making a team, because like attribute absorption, pierce, damage absorption, looping shield, looping HP buff, and origin. Origin is the most important, but usually just those things, and that's it. So I do hear some people say the game is still a little bit stale, because you just have to meet those requirements and that's it. And the matching got easier, so the game is not doesn't feel as fulfilling. I do see both sides, and I mean, even then, I still agree with with the fact that the game is still fun. I don't think the game is that stale, but I can definitely see why some people think it is. Well, let's not just look at through all of them. What's the other great unit that I like that I mentioned before was Fasca. This cleric is also a cap breaker for your leader helper. That's also auto heal and also I mean a cleric. And I did say that already. But yeah, this is pretty good for certain farming builds. This is meant to complement Mail, because if you notice, I mean, yeah, this is leader helper, but if you remember, Mail is only a cap breaker for your subs. So if you are going to copy the fixed thing that will use Mail in the next endgame title, the next endgame title, because it's gonna happen after the normal run. Fasca is what they use for cap breaking Mail. But I've seen this Fasca being used in like Evo Gintoki builds, because again, if you're running dual Evo Gintoki, he doesn't cap break. So this unit can handle that, and then you could afford not to bring Kagura, because that unit is traditionally your cap breaker. I mean, she's self cap breaks. She's your auto healer. But if the dungeon doesn't hit that hard, the 30% auto heal from this unit could be more than enough. Because Kagura does 40 or 50. What does she do? Oh, 45%, yeah. So this is more significant for like some higher, like mid-game dungeons. But Fasca could be more than enough for like certain Colosseums, certain Descendants. This is more than enough. This unit does have some heal OEs, which doesn't matter for Evo Gintoki, but it might matter for some for certain dungeons, like specifically for super altitude, because like 30% might not be enough to like heal through some hits, but at least with this unit you might do you might be able to manually heal. No Song, I'm not gonna do a review, unfortunately. I did talk about this at the beginning, but kind of I'm preoccupied with other stuff, so I'm not doing the traditional review that I usually do, and I won't be doing them for I don't know how long. I'm still trying to stream whenever there's an event and maybe do a review, but I know these are not as focused or as brief, so there's a downside. But I just can't really focus on reviews as before. And welcome back, Phantom. But yeah, I was saying that I do agree with your comment, but some people they also get tired of the team building, because team building is also like you have to meet certain criteria, and once you know that, team building might get a little boring because usually there's also like with certain leaders there might not be a lot of flexibility when it comes to who's a good sub and stuff for a certain team. Then there's no good reviewers anymore. I mean, unfortunately for us in NA, like very small server, not a lot of content creators, unfortunately. But hopefully, I mean, people still discuss on Reddit, Discord, my Discord. Is Madoka gonna be meta? I haven't played in a while. Madoka is pretty strong, but it's gonna be hard to get all of the units. Not if you're a whale though, because you could buy the units. When it comes to meta, it is decently strong. You do say that you haven't played in a while. I don't know how long a while is, but Reinhardt is still like one of the best leaders, like top 2 still, in my opinion. So if you have him still, I mean, I don't know if that qualifies with your time criteria, but I feel like you don't have to chase after the Madoka people. But the team is still pretty strong. I don't remember the what the JP tier list put them as or what they have them as currently, but it is up there. I know there's a cover story on Spirit Tennis. Yeah, I can't confirm or deny whether Yama P is suing me for streaming the game. Legally, I can't say yes or no. Let's see. But yeah, I do like Fasca. I'm still very salty that I didn't get her on in my JP account because I have seen her pop up here and there for certain Evo Gintoki builds. I think for the most recently for the Pathcross, one of the Pathcross Park Break dungeons, she was useful for a Gintoki build that I was looking at, and yeah, it just sucks. This unit could potentially deal damage, but she only has she won't be doing that much until like later in the dungeon because she only has a 10C acceleration and all stats. Honestly, I wouldn't really expect her to do that much damage, and obviously you have to find a cap breaker for her. I wouldn't really focus too much on this unit dealing damage. I mean, because of that, I wish maybe she had more utility, like L Awakenings. But yeah, this is just good for healing and maybe some damage if you can muster up the damage from somewhere. Will you be streaming when the JP stream? I don't know. I'm probably not because the stream does go live at like 6 or 7 a.m. my time. That's pretty early. If I do wake up, maybe I might. Maybe I will go live, but if not, then I'll just go live later, like later in the night when it comes to my time. So probably 12 hours after the stream has ended in JP. Hopefully it's something exciting, but yeah, I don't think I can say that I will be streaming because I do like oversleeping. Let's see. But yeah, definitely I would love to get on a fast guy if you can. She is a 5-star, so her pull rate is like the highest in this REM. Well, it's tied with all of the other 5-stars. But it is entirely possible that you might not get her. Like just like my JP account did. I forgot how many rolls I did, but it was a good amount of because I got like was it 3 or 4? 4 Selines. 3 or 4 Selines. I think I got enough fodder to exchange for 2 Salon Melunas. And then I remember I had a bunch of dupes for other units. I remember I think I had like 3 or 4 Frigs, like 3 Alexanders. Like yeah, all of these units are not good in dupes. If you're pretty low on old resources, are there any good few dungeons? You could try to do the Colosseums for the ongoing events. I don't know if you are able to tackle them with Ordeal Brachy. But I'm trying to think from the technical, well, from the stage dungeons, is there anything good for to farm? It kind of depends because they kind of split the resources that you get from each dungeon. Like some dungeons are really good for monster XP. All of them at the very least they give you like at least 3k MP. I mean 3k plus points. Some of the dungeons, yeah, because what was it? UN2, that's good for SDRs. I think UN3 is good for Tamadras. Those are like the older dungeons that I kind of remember, like what their drops were. That might be that are probably doable with what you have. But yeah, it kind of depends. I do remember I have to find it again though. Let me see. There was like this JP tweet. I should have put it in resources definitely. Did I put resources? No, let me just search from as link. Let's see. Shouldn't be too far. Because there's this JP image that I've linked before on my Discord that has what each dungeon drops. Yeah, there's only 5 pages of let's see. Not it. Oh, there we go. This is not updated with the latest with the last few dungeons. I think this account has updated, but yeah, this does have I guess I'll open it. New tab. Yeah, it has up to this dungeon, but yeah, I feel like maybe you don't have enough of a box of a develop box to tackle these dungeons. This is the GA dungeons. There was another image for the older dungeons, I think. Oh, it doesn't have the really old dungeons actually. Yeah, this is Sun. Sun, Moon, and Jupiter. I mean, Mercury. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, but a lot of them are pretty outdated. They haven't gotten any love, and maybe if they did get like a new Evo at some point, that might be outdated already. Because the current meta for having endgame teams is to like hoard stone. If you're like free to play, you hoard stones and then you go all out in one machine to get like a good team. Yeah, I feel like these might not be doable. I mean, I've seen Pandora clear some dungeons, but when it comes to the rest of the subs, I feel like maybe you won't have all of the stuff. Oh, these are older dungeons. Okay, what do they have up to? Oh, this is it. So that's UN6. Actually, yeah, this page. This is UN1. I feel like UN1 is definitely doable, probably for most people. This is UN. No, SN2. Yeah, this is SN. This is not UN. But yeah, for example, if you're doing UN1, this is where you get some SDRs, some Monster XP, some Tamadras. Well, 3 SDRs, 2 random of these latents. With I think you shouldn't have to worry about them. But I guess yeah, the resist latents are those are for more for like sweaty teams, quote unquote. The stats and the damage resist latents. Killers, I feel like you also don't tend to care too much until you're like building a very specific team. But yeah, SN2 is still pretty good because you get pies, you get Monster XP materials. I mean, yeah, SN2, yeah, SN2. If you can do that, yeah, Shura, because we got, yeah, if we go by groupings like that, there's Shura, there's MD, there's yeah, I think after MD was UN, and then there's SN, which is this is SN. Yeah, SN2 would be the second dungeon in Supernova. I mean, let me get the actual name. Yeah, it's in stage dungeons. Yeah, Unknown Nova is UN, and then Return of the Transcendent Stars is the SN, what we call SN. And then SN2 would be the second dungeon, which is Purifying Thousandfold Dragon. Which I think aren't all of those dungeons unlocked if you're a certain rank? I think you have to be rank 700 to have everything unlocked. Hey, should I message on Discord? Let me know if it works out. Can't stick around, but have a great stream. Oh, thank you, Lumen. Oh yeah, I'll check out your message. Let me see. Or maybe after stream. Let me see. It depends on what it is, but let me. Oh, message request. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I saw 27 days ago. Sorry, but yeah, I'll get back to you. SN is the translator for Supernova. Yeah. You ranked 963. I think, yeah, on the stage dungeon, yeah, Purifying Thousandfold Dragon. That one has a lot of goodies, but some of the Colosseums, like current event Colosseums, have similar enough rewards for like the same stamina cost. Should I just do it blind? I think for SN2, I think you need at least 10 million follow-up attack from your leader skills. It might be doable. Just have consistent orb gen. Maybe a looping shield. I don't know. It depends how your subs are looking. I don't know if you need the extra bulk. Because if you have anything modern, I feel like you might not even need a looping shield. But I just remember that this was like the first time where Fua was like somewhat significant. Like you had to pretty much had it. Because the pre-boss, the second to last boss, they gave you like a nasty, I think it was a nasty combo debuff. And you needed like 10 million Fua to counter it. You got a team with Win, Hashira, and Christmas. I mean, yeah, I think you only need 10. Unless it was 20. I don't think it was 20. I think 20 would have been too much because this was the beginning where Fua kind of like started to matter. It might be doable. I mean, let me know. But yeah, try it out because this is good resources for you, I think. Because of the Python, the Monster XP. And it shouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. I don't remember. I mean, the important thing to have is usually what? How many SDR skill delay resist you need? Does it then need damage absorption? But I'm pretty sure it does. That was also like around the same time where we got shields. Because Hikoboshi and Orihime, they both spawn before the boss and they have a big shield. Or a big shield at the time. But I'm pretty sure you need the original mechanics. Cleric, damage absorption, attribute absorption, and orb gen. I think with those 4, you could just handle that. Yeah, they do have a modern unit, the Win Hashira, but then they also have Christmas Osiris, who hasn't really seen. I don't think he has gotten buffed all that much. I don't remember what he does. I mean, Osiris or normal Osiris got a buff. Oh, this is Orb Gen, but it's not consistent enough. But yeah, I feel like you could just go in blind. I think you still probably need that, like maybe 2 SDRs. I don't remember. It's been a long time. You have 2 Seawolf Daytonas. Is this when they went back to gravity attacks? Because that unit was meta at a time, but then was it SN4 that started to have gravities? No, it was UN4, I think. It's only 1 million FUA. Oh, that is it? They never got buffed when it came to that. Is it still only 1? 4 combos. Oh yeah, only 1. I mean, maybe you can still kill the boss because they give you negative 10 combos. I think hopefully it's only for 1 turn. Maybe you can still kill with the TPA shapes and forget about the 10C. But yeah, they do have that annoying restriction where you have to have different rarities. Oh yeah, you could always post your box on my Discord or the community Discord, which is more active. I think somebody posted. I saw their message before, but I didn't get to check their, because they were also asking for monster help, for team building help, I think. But I didn't get to read their message. Yeah, there's also Reddit. But do keep in mind that we are a small server, so there might not be a 2 Doma. Doma is gonna destroy that dungeon, actually. Say no more. Just 2 Domas, just by himself. Actually, no, you still need a cleric. But Doma, yeah, just do Doma. Just make sure to cover attribute absorption, damage absorption, and cleric. Yeah, Doma's insane. for this, I mean, would we call it mid end game? No, I mean mid game. Let's see. But yeah, just build a team around Doma. You should be fine for a lot. Because Doma was good until GA4? The Moon Dungeon? That's where he started to struggle a little bit. But yeah, that's the first page? No. Well, yeah, the first page, quote unquote. Because Sun was... No, Doma did struggle with Sun. But yeah, just these 2 dungeons. Because ever since these 2 dungeons, there's been these other ones, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you should be more than fine with Doma to clear the SN2. Let's get back to Path Cafe. Fasca, again, Fasca, I would love to get one. Hopefully you get to get one, especially if you have Iwo Gintoki, especially because yeah, the cap break to leader helper is pretty good for farming builds, basically. Like, she is replaceable because you could have that Conan unit, the new Conan unit that came out. There's also Path Cross will have another unit that's a cap breaker for leader helper that also gives you a 40% damage reduction shield. So this unit is replaceable, but at times you might want the cleric active skill also to be with that. I'm pretty sure the Doma cap break is way more than enough for that dungeon. And if anything, it'll just take you a few more turns. But I'm pretty sure he is more than enough. Yeah, Evo Suzaku, yeah. That's another unit that drastically increases your leader cap break. It's only leader, but it is 55 billion. All right, let's see. Another good unit. I mean, I did mention Minaka. A lot of people do use Minaka to farm the Maid Colosseum because you do have the 1.8 farm XP. And you could just fill it up with like 4 Maid units if you want to also 891 them. I think it's relatively easy. I mean, this unit does give you out to an important mechanic. like the effective HP is low. Only 4x is really low because again, the average effective HP we see nowadays is like 5.4 at least. But at least for the Make Colosseum, you will have in more than enough bulk because the stats for these units gets boosted. For Reinhardt team, do you like Haku or Dora next to Seria for light attribute replacement? Haku? Does Haku do that? Because wait, which one? Because when you say Dorna, I'm thinking of the Dorna duo that came out. The new Dorna and Baroa. But then this thing mainly works with just with Scarlet because you need both of those units to close the shield loop. But if you just mean Dorna. New Haku. I do remember seeing like one one person using that Haku. I feel it depends on the dungeon because the shield not only having 50% uptime on your shield might matter. So you might be better off running this unit for attribute absorption, this Haku, and then running a looping shield. It does depend the type of content you're tackling. This one, it's it depends. I mean, you could also like if you're running a no assist dungeons, then you could just use this Haku because then you don't have to go through this second stage active skill and just get the attribute absorption void right away. Yeah, Gillian is also the new Gillian duo is a pretty decent Reinhardt sub. But then you need to run then you could run Haku, but then your last sub needs to void damage not damage Pierce and maybe Capric themselves, which could be Athena. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Doma alone is more than enough. Like, let me check PDC. I'm pretty sure because Doma's 25, right? 25 billion cap rate. So by one Doma alone is 75 billion, and I think the cap rate loops. So let's just say 75 billion. Because SN2, I'm pretty sure the HP on the boss. Let's just check the HP boss. Let me see. Well, before that, yeah, 25 billion for 2 turns. Yeah, with 2 Domas, that's more than enough for all of the enemies except the boss. Because the boss has 200 billion HP. Yeah, 2 Domas is gonna be 150 billion. So you're gonna 2-shot the boss. I think the boss has super assault, so you don't need any damage coming from your subs at all, really. Yeah, the dungeon is a little bit old. Does any team change the enemy attribute, or do you just think it as opponent's damage cap multipliers? There is the Gintoki team. They are beginning to start messing with that because Pat Island also had some of the units that change your enemy to fire. There's a unit right here, Amino, that changes the enemy to wood attribute. This is gonna be meant to be used with base Gintoki, so that you can get the big cap break. But unfortunately for Evo Gintoki, this is not on a short enough cooldown to get that. You don't get that much benefit from it because only on a 3-turn cooldown, and then you might only get it for one enemy, so you can't constantly do it because also Gintoki's cap break is only for 1 turn. But yeah, they're starting to mess with that with certain active skills that change attribute and that double your cap break, triple your cap break, depending on the enemy attribute. So it's getting more easier to do, like to mess with that. But at the moment, I feel like there's not much value in going like building a team around it, because there's not enough support for units such as this right now. Yeah, two shooting because super assault. Yeah, you can't do more than enough. More than I'm pretty sure it's 50%. So you can't deal more than 50% each damage on one turn unless you have a gravity that deals 50% damage, like Thanos, Orlando in an A. Well, let's see. I mean, I was talking about Minaka. Good for farming. Deals with a. I mean, yeah, this unit deals double. It doubles its cap break when the enemy is wood attribute. So Amino could also work with this, but again, Amino's cooldown is very low. It's not low enough because it's 3-turn cooldown and it's only one enemy. But I don't think you get too much value out of this. Nope, just like last time, there's really not much going on. And still, unless something changes, unless they announce something crazy on the JP stream, then there's still like another 2 months of like almost no content in an A. I mean, even then, it's still gonna be, well, yeah, more than 2 months for the content that they announced on Saturday to come to us in an A. This unit is also pretty easy to activate. The bad thing is there's no bonus combos. No, it is bonus combos. 3 plus 3 combos. Yeah, because I was gonna say like it's gonna struggle to actually deal damage. But yeah, this is just pretty good, just good for XP farming. The Maid Colosseum. I don't hate this equip. I generally do think you kind of prefer to have an SDR with a Banishing L equip, because then that way you can resist up to 4 skill delays. But a Healy is not too bad, because usually your cleric that goes all out on a utility, it might be able to make a decent use out of this Healy. I mean, it is deadly to get your cleric delayed, especially with no assist, to like possibly eat up, like be an indirect way of eating up a skill delay. So that kind of sucks, but this could be useful. I feel like ideally you're gonna use this on a unit that has an SDR awakening by themselves. I don't hate it, but yeah, this is, I would just mainly chase this if you care for XP farming. The Maid Colosseum. Have you seen a need for team damage increase in JP and unit dying is starting to creep up? I wonder if Utsuro and Reinhardt will still be able to. I feel like they're still on the same level. Like definitely dying is really easy to play, but so is Reinhardt. Utsuro is a little bit, I guess quote unquote harder to play because you have to match a specific shape. But I feel like especially early on when I saw dying teams, they were kind of struggling in grade 3 to deal with the full thorn orbs. But it's not that difficult to like stack 5 afternoon tea awakenings to like ignore those. Or you could just play it very carefully and just like match the row, because I mean you don't need to match the row that the light dragon generates, because you just need to match a blob of 5, at least 5 light orbs to reduce damage. So it is pretty easy to stall with dying too. Like the damage increase, obviously Reinhardt and Utsuro do lag behind a little bit when it comes to the dying's damage output, but I feel like it's not that necessary right now. Like it does make one-shotting certain spawns in grade 3. Obviously you can one-shot them, but but then you're probably gonna 2-shot with Reinhardt and Utsuro. But I feel like it's not that drastically needed. Like maybe in the future, whenever we get like a bulky enemy with like a counter, then that's when it starts to matter. But I feel like at this point, it doesn't really matter too much. People for the Astro Duo team with Haku's New Evil and Green Phyllis. It's a lot of Hilois. Oh, how's that team? I didn't really see anyone in JP use the team. I feel like I think the combos were an issue when I looked at the Bright units. I feel like combos, like matching enough combos to overcome certain shields, that's gonna be an issue because she only gives you like 2 combos if you mirror pair the new Hakus. And 19 damage is about the same as Reinhardt and Utsuro. The bigger numbers are coming in from conditional cap breaks. Yeah, I haven't taken a close look, but is it not that drastically different? Because like Utsuro, Reinhardt, they deal about like 400 billion damage now. Because like 150 plus. If everyone deals damage times 3 times 4, yeah, like 400 billion damage from Reinhardt. A little more from Utsuro. Because I haven't taken again a very close look at the new teams, but I do see. I know it's clickbait, but I do see the JP YouTuber be like, "Oh, this is 700 billion damage every turn, blah blah blah, 600 something billion damage every turn." Dyne is 360 with utility. Okay, so it could be potentially more because you don't really need. I know you still need an L unit. But yeah, maybe they'll get a better utility unit in the future. That way, that can also deal some damage. You also have Kiyo Tanjiro, Kiribinko Doma pair with it. No, do double Doma. It's much easier because then you just have to match across one other combo and then you just win. Doma was the top tier meta lead for a couple of months. I mean, not even a couple. It lasted at the top of the meta for a significant amount of time. You could Raffine pair with Akas. I mean, yeah, if you want to play something more interactive, but it will definitely be a little bit more difficult. Doma is very easy to just destroy a lot of content with him very easily. Let's see. So we kind of saw Amino. We saw Minaka. What's another notable unit? We saw Amaterasu. Out of the other units, I feel like they're not that great in dupe. But I mean, Claudia, I guess we have to mention her because she is a somewhat decent leader. She can deal a lot of damage. I mean, just personally can deal a lot of damage because she does have Accelerate and Self-Reliance. But the bad thing is that any board expansion is gonna end her. A board shrink is not gonna allow you to heal because the way the orbs are created in a 5x4, you get 20 orbs and you generate 6 of each. So you're gonna generate you're not gonna generate any heal. So you kind of need to have a unit with a roulette or a board size fix active skill. I mean, just the board expansion. It's just so funny that you pretty much die to that because she only generates 6 dark orbs, and you need to have a dark row to reduce damage. So if you don't get lucky, and because this doesn't operate all of the orbs, so you have to like pray that you have one other dark orb outside of the 6 that you generate so that you can reduce damage. Otherwise, again, you have to run some other origin, which is not recommended because you have this unit, a 2-unit system for origin. It's like that's like most meta units, most meta leaders. So just sticking another unit just for the sake of origin is not that great. What this team tends to do is use Noctaria, I believe. But I also don't like Noctaria because her roulette is only for one turn. It would have been great if this was looping, because otherwise you have to know when the board expansions are going to happen. This unit does pierce, so this is the piercer on the team. But yeah, really wish that this roulette would loop, because otherwise you have to really know the dungeon to like not die. Basically, I would be very annoyed to die to a 7x6 board expansion. Not a lot of enemies do that, but I mean, a decent amount of enemies do it. I'm pretty sure for that dungeon, before the last dungeon we got, not Drizzle, the firewood dungeon, there's an enemy, there's that dragon color guy, I forget. He's a light dark unit that was good for frets. He gives you a board expansion. That's one unit that comes to mind. So you could just die there. You could set up a dark Skyfall or something, but could still get screwed. I mean, setting up a dark Skyfall draw is gonna be pretty tricky for most people, because I mean it is possible, but it is a lot of work. I don't think a lot of people want to do, because you have to activate the both 3 attribute awakening and draw. Like, it is possible, but then yeah, you have to pray and you have to set it up correctly. And imagine the enemy gives you a bunch of roulettes. Like, enemies can actually give you special roulettes that don't have any dark orbs. So then you also have to play around that, because they could eat up your some of your dark orbs, and you have to be very fast when it comes to reacting. So yeah, that's another bad thing, that with this origin, it's just being 6 means that if you have like 2 special roulettes with no dark, it could be just instant GGs if you're not fast enough to pick up the 2 dark orbs if they spawn on the roulettes. Is the Metatron team? It's decent. Just the thing that I was saying, a possible issue is it might be the healing and some combo absorption or combo void shields, because the leader skills scales with each dark row when it comes to the combos. So it might be a little bit tricky when you need to heal a lot and overcome those shields. Yeah, I did make some PDCs, because I'm trying to remember the rest of the team. Let me see. Because I know it's paired with Noctaria, usually. But one of the cookie cutter teams that I mentioned, that I remember, they have Oboro for cap breaking Noctaria, and the Solomon Meluna duo. And then they also run Amaterasu. I guess that could be any cleric, because I don't remember why did I put Amaterasu here, because Amaterasu only does, yeah, I guess looping HP buff. Yeah, that's for the bulk. Looping, you have the looping Oboro 40% shield, and then Amaterasu for the looping HP buff. Yeah, you don't have too much space when it comes to like the rest of the team. Because this unit, it doesn't tackle an important mechanic. So then the unit that you do use is this one, often the pairing, this Noctaria for the pierce, for the looping pierce. And I mentioned again, this unit does give you a roulette, but it's only for 1 turn. And that, if you don't know the dungeon well, you might not get you might not be able to properly use this unit, because you might need the pierce at some point. But let's say if there is a board expansion, then maybe you want to save the roulette from this unit. Like the old Noctaria, the old Mikage, I guess maybe you could run them as subs because you really wouldn't pair with them because the leader skills are not they don't really match that well with what's her face, with Claudia. I remember Mikage needs like 3 dark combos or something. Noctaria, the old Noctaria might be able to because I think she is semi-rainbow, but she is pretty outdated when it comes to her awakenings. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, it might be able to work. I mean, you could also run, maybe not. I was gonna say like Lucifer, Butler Lucifer for orb gen, but then he might eat your other attributes, and then you can't activate this later skill because you need to match 3 attributes. But yeah, I mean, if you can make this leader work, it does work decently well because it has a really good leader skill, honestly. I mean, combos might be a little low, but you are kind of like match it playing rainbow, so you have to go row and then a bunch of other combos. And yeah, this unit doesn't have any skill boost, but like I mentioned, all of the units in this team are not transforming, so you don't really need that many skill boosts. Like you only need a few. Honestly, you could maybe only need 2, so you have Claudia up or the Origin right away. This equip, and I don't really like it. 50% parts. I mean, actually, for the active skill, it's not too bad. Voiding attribute and comb absorption shield for 8 turns. That could be pretty good for farming dungeons. Maybe for endgame. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere where you want both of them. I mean, definitely combo absorption. I mean, attribute absorption. That could mean you don't have to bring a unit to have attribute absorption void. Combo absorption is a little bit more niche. And then parts gravity, that's like, I don't know, usually you tend to encounter those enemies at the end of the dungeon. So you won't really get much value out of that, I don't think. I mean, it is okay. I would like to get one just to have this equipped in case this is ever useful. I think the auto heal is really useless, but whatever. Bella and Beast, I don't even remember what they do. I just remember the equip was used for some meme teams. Oh, but this is full rainbow, so this unit is not going to deal any damage. It's not even the looping roulette. Damage cap, yeah, damage. It does pierce, I guess. I mean, there's plenty of other, maybe not too many, but there are other looping roulette units you could use, maybe. Better than one turn, I guess. But yeah, Claudia, it's not too bad to just have one. Again, I do have issues with the leader as a whole, because you kind of get screwed with any orb, any board size debuffs or quote unquote buffs. No, Courtney, I was mentioning this before, but yeah, I might not be doing reviews for a while now, or starting now, because I'm preoccupied with other stuff. So I'm trying to do the reviews on stream, if I do stream. Like, I know these are not as coherent or as short as I would like them to be, but because I do go off on tangents from time to time, but I am trying to like be a little bit as brief as I can, even though it's not that brief. Because yeah, I'm still doing mates, and it's been almost 3 hours. I mean, I'm almost done because a lot of the remaining units are not that impressive. I mean, we mentioned Amma, just good for the absorption void. Not the absorption void, the attribute change, but there's not that many places where you can use this. Like even basic in Tokyo is not that great, even with this unit. If this was one cooldown, then sure, but it's not. So Thank you, Courtney. Yeah, Cassian. That's another unit. I was seeing if there was anyone better, but yeah, I do use this guy with Utsuro whenever I'm doing no. I shouldn't even be doing no assist dungeons with Utsuro because for those dungeons, I tend to just run the 20 skill boost badge, and then you don't have the 3 combos from the BDP badge. But I use this guy because he gives you a board and he also destroys a shield. So with Utsuro, you tend to not have that many shield destruction. And when I'm doing the no assist badge, I don't really have any other haste units to like use an Utsuro right away. So I depend on the Cassian board to give me at least 7 Dark Orbs. Definitely not the best team for no attribute, no assist dungeons, but this could be a good last sub for Utsuro because you also get the looping HP buff. It's not 1.5 or even 1.6 or 1.7 from what we've seen from some units that give you the looping effect, but it could be good enough if the rest of your team is like properly 891 or like mostly 891, or if you have a decent enough equips. 1.4 might cut it. And you also get the looping void damage absorption, which is a thing that you need to fulfill with the usual Utsuro team. The bad thing is it doesn't cap break itself, so you kind of have to use this guy next to Oboro. But yeah, it's not a bad stuff for Utsuro, honestly. Mainly for the shield destruction, because it is pretty hard to find good enough subs. Like there's Shinsuke, but outside of Shinsuke, there's not that many options for Utsuro. If you want to have a damage dealer in the team. Yeah, I gotta use Evo Gintoki. I mean, usually I just go in blind. If I'm going in blind, I just want to do a quest. If I'm doing the Collab Colosseum, I feel like I need to have enough bulk. And going in blind with Evo Gintoki, I feel like might just be a waste of stamina if I just enter and die soon after. Like, yeah, it's time consuming, but I don't know. Sometimes I just need to clear a dungeon one time, and I'm just going in blind with a suboptimal Utsuro team without the BDP badge. But yeah, this is good for that. Again, I did when Mystical Tree, Great Tree came out in JP, I was trying to make a team using Cashin because I wanted to meet the 5 afternoon tea requirement. So this is a unit you could use for that. But I found myself needing a lot more bulk. So I had to drop Cassian because the 1.5 HP was not good enough with the rest of my equips and pluses. So I did end up dropping this guy, so he might not be all that useful, especially if you have better... I mean, you kind of need to have better units to use Cassian if you're doing endgame. Because the HP, you're gonna feel the HP, I think. The lower HP multiplier from this. Because you might decide to... I think 99% of the time, you probably want to go with the Kidna for the bigger HP buff. Slightly bigger, it's 1.5. But it does matter for an auto heal leader. So a decent one to get because it does deal decent damage, but yeah, you basically need to have this next to Oboro for the cap break. This equip, it's not the worst. Just because it gives you T and OEs. I don't hate it, but I haven't used this yet. Like when this came out in JP, I did think I might use this at some point, but I haven't. There's a few other banishing T equips with OEs. I think Alexander is one. But the fact that this also doesn't haste, yeah, there's not a lot of places to use this. Like I think Alexander also has one. Yeah, T, a bunch of OEs. It's a bigger delay. It's kind of whatever. Let's see. Kaishu, I think. Who needs a loop? I think you could use this with Metatron, Looping Piercer. It's a dark TPA unit. There's not a lot of, we haven't gotten a lot of support for this archetype in a minute. But this is a Looping Piercer. that can also clear a Wokenbind, and it does give you a big shield. And as I mentioned before, this type of effect is not in high demand in the newest dungeons. But if you're tackling some of the not as new dungeons, then this could be useful. And then this equip is just good for OE stacking, and then SBRNT. Right here, was attributed double obsession boider with the roulette for only one turn. This is just utility mainly. I mean, seeing these awakenings makes you think of Elmina, because they don't deal that much damage out in if you have super gravity. So you could use it there, but the 7x6 is useless because I think doesn't Elmina? No, Elmina doesn't do that. So it could matter a little bit. Because, for example, if you get like 4 turns of 5x4 board, that increases your chances of ending up with a board that doesn't have any crosses. Because you only have 20 orbs. It's unlikely that you won't have at least one orb, but that one cross. But yeah, that's the only reason why you might use right here with Ilmina. Yeah, I agree. This is pretty a pretty bad unit. Because your roulette also doesn't matter too much. You already have a big board. You probably have enough orbs outside of with the big board. You probably don't need the roulette unless it's for overriding. Yeah, this is like it's just the awakenings are not it, because you need this only sort of not even shines. It's only useful if you're doing a no super gravity dungeon. Do you think Maris is good enough for attribute and damage absorption boil on Doma? Set up a Skyfall for the heal active too. I'm just worried I might overcharge it with Doma needing 36. Maris. Wait, Maris is the one. The light. The water wood girl? Wait, let's see. The flower? Oh, is that the. Wait, no. We have a water Maris? Might be. Oh, no, this one? No. Could you just give me their ID? That's easier. Because sometimes I do blank out on names, even though this one. I mean, you have to transform her. You should be fine. Without it, I think. Do you happen to have Kohaku? Wait, no, not Kohaku. Is it Kohaku? No, Kohaku is this. Yeah. From Demon Slayer, do you have the Pot Devil? Because you kind of want to have, if enemies do mess with your Skyfall, you want to have to reapply it with a short cooldown unit, like Gyoko or yeah, Laufey. That's the one I was thinking when I said Kohaku. They kind of look similar, I think. But yeah, those units have a short cooldown active skill. I was gonna type Kohaku again. Laufey is the one you need, a unit with a short cooldown, like 3-turn cooldown that is able to reapply it. You have neither of those. Yeah, you could try to use Sanban and see what you can actually have, maybe. I think advanced Skyfall. More likely. Like no. Chan. Change board. No. Yeah, I don't know if SN2 overwrites your Skyfall. Because the one from Gyoko, I mean from Doma, might be enough if it lasts the whole time. I don't even know if there's a void buff in that dungeon. You can manually heal. Yeah, maybe. Do you have any recommended reviews to watch, read? I mean, in NA, there's not that many people doing them. I think Ramen is planning to do one. And I'm pretty sure people on Reddit might be do. I don't really check Reddit that much. But I think, yeah, the Discord does post a review, but it's usually only for the bundle and exchange units. Yeah, I feel like Miria or whatever her name is not that great because, I mean, you should be using the 20 skill boost badge. You don't really need any equips, so I guess maybe this could work. Because that way, it's maybe look for a unit that has maybe more skill boost. Because yeah, Doma is 36 to transform, so you need to make up 16 skill boosts across your subs. Yeah, Uzu is, yeah, it's not too bad after her buff. Like definitely not good for end game with Doma, but or mid game, but it should be good enough for that dungeon at the very least. And that, yeah, that also handles you as your cleric. Yeah, Solo Main Luna is good, but Fantony just came back to the game. They might not have enough zones to go for the exchange, and I would definitely recommend waiting for all of the free rolls. Because what if you free roll Solomon? That way you don't have to roll for fodder and then exchange. And if you roll for fodder now and exchange, then you're gonna be kicking yourself in whenever if you do free roll Solomon duo. Let's see. We saw. Well, I mentioned Alex's equip. The base one is also not that great. The cap break is pretty mediocre. Like you could just be using mate Elmina for the same cap break, and this is just conditional on the subs. The only upside, yeah, is just the shield destruction with unmatchable. But with rainbow teams, you could just run TPA unmatchable. You might not even care for this all that much. He's also pretty bad. He can deal damage, but he's just cap break to subs. Definitely not impressive. If I wish this was better, but even then, even if this was like maybe 25 billion for subs, then you need like a very specific leader that maybe doesn't cap break them. Maybe Conan, possibly. If you're going Conan full rainbow instead of three attribute, then you need a cap breaker sub like Mate Fasca. But yeah, I don't really see where to use this because again, if you think rainbow, you're thinking Frieren, and she doesn't have space for this unit. And then in the near future, there's Madoka, and that's a haste system. You don't need this unit. I mean, there's somewhat of a team if you're going. I mean, they're not that great, honestly. Like I guess I see what you mean, but yeah, there's the Claudia team. There's a Metatron team, I think. And there's a Meluna team. I mean, Elmina team. Because Elmina will be 3 Elminas. I guess you from this collab you're meant to use Drair for the attribute absorption voiding, and then you need the Piercer because this one doesn't pierce, right? Yeah, it's just this. So you need to find a Piercer like from this collab. I guess yeah, the Gillian duo. So the last sub would be your cleric, and you could use Amino or this Rosalind. I guess we could talk about this Rosalind because it is kind of meant to be used with Elmina because it is a cross unit that could deal some damage without super gravity. But even then, I think this is gonna struggle, and you do get a cap break from this unit if your enemy is water attribute, but I feel like she's gonna struggle a lot. What's the BDP answer on Doma? I think Laufey was the answer because she also did that. I mean, but for that, yeah, Giyu also, yeah, he gave you the one turn cooldown, HP buff and Pierce. I mean, but for SN2, you could just find anyone that has a decent uptime. Like even 2 turns out of 5 turn cooldown. That's still decent enough for SN2, I believe. I mean, nowadays we have looping effects for that buff, but I still think 2 out of 5 is decent enough, probably for SN2. It shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, this cleric is only good for Elmina because it can deal some damage there. Outside of like non super gravity content, this is not going to do any damage. And I can't think of any other fire cross teams where you would use this. That like there's none at the moment. This equip T tape fire resist. I mean, fire resist. There's not great demand for it. It's also a delay, so there's not. It's probably not gonna be that useful for some like first floors of a dungeon. So it's not that important to get this, I don't think. Frag. This does make up a 2-unit system. It's 18 billion, which, as I mentioned, it's not gonna age that well. But it could be for a lot of old content, slightly older content, it could still work decent enough. But yeah, this is your cap breaker and also a looping buff, looping shield. But you do need to run 2 of this, and I don't know, nowadays this feels like it's not worth the 2 slots. But yeah, it could be good for orb destruction too if you have a unit that doesn't override orbs. But yeah, I don't really see where to use this. I did like this equip originally. Was with Butler Outbreak. Yeah, it could work with there because you do have the looping HP buff. I didn't really see a lot of people play with Frag. I've seen some Albrecht players maybe since Path Cafe rerun in JP, but I never saw Frag being used really. Let's see. I did like this equip only because it has a 30 billion cap break for 10 turns. That could be useful for some farming content, maybe some even end-game content. Obviously, the wood sub-attribute is a detriment, but you could be using maybe, what's her face, Echidna, and obviously BDP makes you think of Utsuro, so maybe your last sub, the one that is not next to Oboro, you could have some BDP unit that doesn't cap break. At least you have 10 turns of 30 billion cap break, which is not, if you're doing endgame content, 10 turns is not gonna last, not even half the dungeon. But it could be useful for like to speed up some floors. But yeah, I mean, definitely without the Kidna, without I mean, Saria, it's gonna override the cap break, so it kind of doesn't really work that well with Saria. But with the Kidna, this could be not the worst thing to have. 5-turn delay again might not be that useful because status shields, but it could work. I mean, Drizzle, you can delay the first floor, I think. Some of the latest dungeons you can delay the whole first floor. I mean, there's definitely exceptions. Some of them, like there's like maybe one enemy that you can't delay. The main works 12-turn cooldown. Yeah, that is a pretty good. I mean, a lot of people use the mains equip for farming. But yeah, you could just use that as a sub. Yeah, the main would make it easier because then you don't have to worry about uptime. Because you don't need the origin from that trio, I don't think. Because that's all they do, I think. Let's see, 6 stars. Draven, I did mention this is like a replacement for Metatron. Because you do get the origin. I mean, the bad thing, like I mentioned, the healing might be an issue depending on the dungeon with Metatron. And this is not going to help the 1 HP. This does spears, but no, Metatron deals attribute and damage absorption. Yeah, usually, I mean, this wouldn't be the best option as a piercer for that team because only 1 turn out of 3, that's pretty bad. Oh no, it's 2 turns. All right, this is not that bad as a piercer, but then the origin is not that. It could work. Yeah, 2 Metatrons, 1 Raven. in total. It could work. It's just the healing that's gonna be an issue. And then Draven also, you need to have. He might not triple cap depending if it's not a moon dungeon. If it's a very punishing super altitude, it might not. I mean, this is only 2x. I think the less than 50% HP awakening. Oh, so the damage. I don't think it'll be lacking, but it might. Yeah, I don't think there's any boy. Actually, maybe since you don't have. No, you do have an auto. The auto heal from the Skyfall buff. Maybe go for. I mean, to be on the safe side, if you just want to clear it one time. Actually, no. I think you want to farm it. You said. Then maybe go with the trio because then you can reapply it if there's a buff void. I don't think there is. I don't remember honestly. In SN2. Because then it'll be very annoying if you get a buff void and you just use the main. But yeah, the uptime is not the worst. 2 out of 3 is decent enough. You don't really need it because Doma is unlocks every turn. And your team should have more than enough bulk. I think it was buff. I mean, nobody really cares for this awakening. Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, nobody cares for this awakening. Maybe it'll be meta one day. Probably not. But yeah, this is just like a replacement Metatron, or if you wanna like use different subs, this could be your Piercer / third Metatron in your team. Equip is not too bad for Dark BDP teams. Maybe the bulk might matter because these are the small HP ones. This gives you 2k HP each, so 4k. It's not too bad. Yeah, he doesn't have. Well, isn't the damage reduction depending on the water? You don't have to match across for damage reduction, but yeah, you do need 5 linked water to reduce damage. Otherwise, you're gonna die. Even in that dungeon that's not the latest endgame, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna die if you don't activate this. Like, if you need to stall, just make a blob of water, but if you need to kill, just match across. Oh, yeah, the attribute, yeah, on the sub, yeah. Let's see, Paimon, he's just a double absorption boiler with a cross that is able to generate nail ores, which are pretty niche. But at the very least, you also get a full board change and yeah, just the full board change. But it's a little hard to get the light attack buff because you need a light attack buff. The unit for the fixed team to do that is this unit because it gives you 4x attack for light. So for most teams, you're not really gonna be able to activate this because you kind of want to have like decent uptime on this buff, and I guess Maid Lateral gives you that also. Yeah, 2x attack for light for 3 turns. Yeah, there's not that many units that actually give you like good units that give you a light buff. But this could be useful if you have that. I mean, this is just good for that team again. The mill team for the fixed title challenge. I mean, you don't have to pull it because you're gonna have to play it if you want to get like 10 stones, I think, from the quest. But yeah, because yeah, this has no skill boost. It does give you some teas, but yeah, this is not the best double absorption boiler for most teams because again, the main thing is the skill boost and the fact that you probably are not gonna get any use out of the nail orbs because a lot of teams are not gonna really carry an light attack buffer. Equip 2x attack for light and light skyfall for 35 turns. I mean, these are kind of like easy buffs to override from enemies, so I really wouldn't count on keeping these buffs. And I don't think there's anyone right now that cares about Light Skyfall. I guess if you pop this at the beginning, you do have access to the nails, but enemies like attack debuffs are somewhat common. Like maybe there's like at least one punishing attack debuff. Like in Drizzled, I think there's like one. I mentioned it before, like floor 8. It's a attack debuff for like 10 turns. So that will get overwritten if you use this equip. In older dungeons, I think attack debuffs are a lot more common. Maybe in newer ones you could get away with keeping this one, but I don't think it matters. Especially if you're not using this Paimon. Uh, I mean, awakenings alone are just okay for bulk and utility, like the SBR and SDR. Yeah, I don't really see that much use for this. Just the equip maybe. Sub is very niche. We saw Claudia Themis. It's a haste unit. Maybe it might see some use later on because Gonho has been pushing haste units as of late. She didn't see any use with any of the units we saw, I don't think. But this one doesn't have to be in a haste team to loop the shield at the very least. So there's always that. You could just run this as a looping shield. And it's fine, but light BDP teams, not a lot of support. So you probably won't you won't be dealing much meaningful damage in most teams without the BDP. The equip is not too bad because of the all attacks become mass attacks for 30 turns. I feel like there's not a lot of teams that actually care for that. I think it's only the rainbow teams, if you want to go fast with expert multi-match, that actually care for this. But it sucks that this is like an EMM active skill, but it gives you a BDP equip. Because if you're matching a BDP, you're already dealing mass attacks. So this is conflicting, but I guess they saw the fact that if they make this maybe like a 10C awakening or something like that, then it would have been too broken for rainbow teams. But I don't think a lot of people care about running rainbow expert multi-match teams. Enhanced Skyfall kind of matters maybe at the beginning of a turn. But it can be easily overwritten. Like that's a very common debuff in in-game, like negative always Skyfall. Let's see. I think that's all of them. Okay, I did take longer than I that I thought I would, but I'm still going to roll. Maybe I'll rush through them. But let me set up my phone, and then we'll get rolling. It's actually, I'm also need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Let me just load up my mirroring software. Make sure it works. All right. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Actually, my friend will be rolling first. Because I don't know if he's going to bet anytime soon. So let him go first. Maybe it is a little bit late. Let's see. All right, we have your stream up. Let's see. I think you're also going after at least Maid Solomon, Maid Luna duo. So hopefully we get that for free. But if not, we're probably gonna roll enough water to make the trade. But yeah, let's see it. You have a bunch of free rolls. So this is Maid Cafe. Gold. Right here. Pretty bad. It's just fodder. It's just fodder for Maid Luna. or Gillian. The Gillian duo. Alright, that's Pad Cafe 1. Thank you, PH. Good luck on rolling, if you're rolling too. Didn't really see what my Discord people rolled. But hopefully they did well. I don't know if you posted. Oh, Albrecht. Okay, Wood BDP is calling you. Will you answer the call? I don't think so. Alright, Pad Cafe 2. Free roll. That is a fantastic free roll. Yeah, I don't think he has any interest. I mean, this one is pretty fantastic, actually. Because I know my friend does care about MP farming, at least when it comes to like the seasonal events. So that's pretty good. One down. Maybe 6 more to go. No, 6 more is too many. Because then you don't have enough skill boost to like swipe or button. Forgot which team used a lot of Celines. Maybe the equips. Can't remember. Alrighty. Let's see it. He still play with. I mean, Albrecht seems solid on paper. I keep saying that, but I don't see a lot of support. Alright, let's see it. Yeah, nothing from the multi-pull really. I mean, those 5 stars are used for an exchange for the either free milk or free Nell. But she's kind of garbage. You'll do singles. All right. Let's see it. So Meluna should grow. She's high rarity, but yeah, this is 6 star. Themis. Kind of whatever. I mean, that equip is interesting, but not a lot of people will care for it. Alright, Amino, I know you care for this. At least you cared on JP. Due to you were trying to use Evo Gintoki. I mean, base Gintoki. I still don't think it's a good team. But at least you have Amino. Did you get Amino on JP? I think you were complaining that you didn't. Oh, you did. You're assembling the team. You're still assembling. You haven't even tried the team yet. Parallel ice. Oh yeah, but that's your cleric. Yeah, the new ice is Nephthys Evo. They do turn enemies to wood, but it's she's also your cleric. You can't just use it willy-nilly. Okay, 6 star. It's Amino. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, do people care for this outside of the mill team for the free fix team? I don't know. Well, there was that what's it called? The made Claudia team that I did at PDC because I copied one JP setup. They were using Amaterasu, and now you got Rosalind. But I'm pretty sure you don't care for Ilmina, right? Either. Like, I don't expect Ilmina, and I kind of don't want Ilmina. Because she's just gonna take up box space. And I'm not gonna use... I don't think she can be used for fodder. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, usually BGMs are not usable as fodder. I don't know if that's the case for this one. Yeah, I don't see Maid Ilmina. So she's not even fodder. Because I'm not counting on getting 2 or 3 Ilminas. And even then, I probably wouldn't play her team. Gold. Another right here. Horrible. Diamond. Oh, it's growing. Could this save you fodder? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Are you interested in Metatron? I guess this is 1 down. Yeah, I wasn't too happy with my JP rolls either. This machine is not the best to go all out because a lot of the units you want like at most 1 copy. Apart from like Ilmina and maybe Claudia and the other systems, like you're fine with just 1. Two more. You need 2 more Metatrons. 6-star. Yeah, Noctaria, another pretty bad unit. Because it's Dark Growth, Tricolor. This equip. What was it? 8 combos? I don't think I looked at this. Charges by 4. At least there's that. Yeah, I think I only talked about the base and not that equip. Yeah, 8 combos is just annoying nowadays. It's for 3 turns. Like, there used to be a use case for maybe some of them to bypass some combo shields, annoying combo shields, but nowadays I don't think that's that important. Yeah, waste of animation and art. Yeah, the art is pretty nice. Ooh, Fasca. All right. Hopefully I get one this time. At least you got one now. Higher 5 increases rates. Yeah, some people do believe that. My friend, on the other hand, believes if you make an exchange, you are more likely to get a dupe. Oh, Hackori, that sucks. One of the worst higher rarities here. Wait, do you actually want 2 Meiluna duos? I did that trade, and I think you were judging me for doing that. You're just counting? You judge, yeah. Yeah, I haven't had the need for 2 Meilunas in a team. Yeah, I'll be fine. I mean, honestly, I was just chasing Fasca and she never arrived. And then there was really nothing else worth exchanging for. Because I did roll Dryad and Gillian. And I think I did roll 1 Rosetta, but I had like no interest in going for the full system because it's just too inflexible. Diamond, 6-star. Minaka. I mean, do you care about XP farming? No. Oh, for this team, yeah. I guess for this team, at least. Hey, Fatony, thank you for the follow. Alright, have a good night. Good luck clearing SN2. And if you do any pulls. Ooh, 5-star. Alright, Cassius. Could be useful. Thank you. Diamond. High rarity. Is this them? Oh, second Metatron. Alright, you could just pair with a friend. Oh no. You only wanted one? Now you have to play Metatron. And Vicious has one, so you could just friend them. I'm good. Oh, he didn't offer. I offer him up. Alright, this guy Kaishu doesn't really have a home at the moment. But yeah, I think I do remember seeing Kaishu in a Metatron team, I think, for the peers. Yeah, not the best rolls. I mean, what was the team that I had for Metatron on my PDC? Did I make? Oh, I had as the subs, I had Noctaria. The made Noctaria for the peers, looping peers. Oboro for Capricorn Noctaria, and Fearless as the cleric. I mean, everyone deals damage. Well, one of the Metatrons at a time. But the other subs are Capricorn. But then you need to do match 3 attributes for Noctaria to do damage. Yeah, it's not the best team. Sounds like, yeah, because you also only have water and wood, so you need to match dark, water, and wood. Actually, that's very unlikely because Metatron is gonna override most of your board. You don't really have space for water wood matches. I guess they kind of gave up on damage from Noctaria. Or what are her awakenings again? Noctaria's. So you need a lot of 3 attributes. Yeah, you do. Yeah. I guess might as well use Kaishu then instead of Noctaria, because yeah, 10C. Possible awoken bind clear. Big shield. Oh, the big shield would interrupt Oboro shield. I mean, just any other piercer, really. I mean, you have enough, but are you going to now? I would just wait for the free rolls. Maybe also wait for the stream news. What if Noctaria looks like a great sub for a team that they show or something? No way. I doubt it too. But what if? It's just a few more days. I'm not betting, no. Was this bright? I didn't see. No? Ooh. Free badge? No, this was a BGM, I think. But you already have multiple copies. Actually, yeah, not a BGM. Right, bright rolls. I mean, I'm not really expecting anything out of these. I think for my free rolls, I got like 2 roaches, and I already had like 2 other ones. So I just got garbage from brights. I didn't roll anything at all, but just the free rolls. It was pure garbage. Yeah, whatever. Tatsuki. Very outdated unit. Mystics? Oh, this is from Fever. Okay. Gold. And this is 7 stars. Could be Misaki, Sanbo. Well, I think Sanbo was 6 stars. I forget. Ooh, Toka. Old Mist. Oh, this is your first Toka. I mean, you don't have Ram and Ram, and you kind of wanted to. But just one, it's not that useful. Alright, no more free rolls. Oh, from here. Okay, high priority, but there's a lot of high priority garbage. Yeah, koala. It's not that useful. Yeah, it's a haste unit. It's a cleric also. Really hard to time. Your monsters, yeah, monster box is full. Okay, I mean, this is guaranteed 7 star, I think. Oh, free orb skin. Maybe it'll be useful because she changes attribute. I doubt it because this is a cleric also. You can't really pop it willy-nilly again. I don't hate her active skill, but I don't know. Yeah, she doesn't really have a home at the moment. Water BDP. I mean, you could always change it to dark. Put it in an Utsurati. But yeah, the cooldown is an issue. Transformation cooldown, 33 turns. And it doesn't charge. No JP. We have a few free rolls. From Trump Kingdom and Pat Island. And this is a Super Gaffish roll? Oh no, this is Trump Kingdom, I think. Ooh, you did better than I did. At least you got an event unit. I mean, it is wood, which is the worst one. Yeah. But yeah, I haven't looked at the units. I'll probably save it for the next stream. If I do stream on Saturday to go over the JP stream, I'll talk about the Trump units. Lakshmi. just fodder. All right, 7-star. Guaranteed. Is there anything from Pattern that's notable? Oh, Seka, actually. Nope, you got a Karen. Yeah, Seka, he cap breaks to 55 billion, right? Looping. And what else does he do? Is it the cleric or shield? Shield, yeah. Shield and breaks to shield, yeah. I mean, the cooldown is the only iffy thing, but he is pretty solid. But it is a BGM. I mean, that's why it's very solid. It's because it's a BGM. They have to try to get you to buy bundles. Yeah, the new Car Kingdom cars, they turn a unit into their attribute for like 30 turns or something, 35 turns. So you could use a lot of people using him Seka with the light guy, but you could use it with other people. Use for Gintoge. Yeah, you could also use it with him. Yeah. Okay, normal roll in Bad Island. Gold, unfortunately. It's just fodder. Then 7-star. Okay, do we see Seka? Seka? Nope, it's Apollo. Are you rolling Bad Island? You wait for stream? Yeah, definitely wait for stream. Let's see if you get the free roll. Nothing yet. But the one that's left, it's not guaranteed 7-star. You need a lot of things, bitches. You need a two Metatrons, and now you need two Illuminas now. I mean, best of luck. It's a very expensive machine. Yeah, and Madoka's around the corner. 10 stone Super Gatfest with decent units. Yeah, Nika's in the lineup. That's a badge, the attacker badge that I don't have, and I want to get. Okay, nothing yet. Come on, only 3 more. Oh, there we go. All right, 7-star, but there's a lot of 7-star garbage. It's Yogg. Unfortunate. I guess first one. But this one is not that useful. Like Christmas Yogg was like okay for a ranking, I think, in the last year. Yeah, very low chance. Maybe free rolls. Maybe. Hopefully. Yeah, the top one should be from the Gathfest, so it could be Pantheons, but the second one should be a guaranteed Card Kingdom card. Yeah, this is 5-star. Yeah, Umasachi Yamasachi. First one at least. It's not exciting at all, but all right, this is guaranteed Card Kingdom card. Hopefully a badge. Free badge would be great. One of the good badges. Let's see it. Is this light or is this wood? It's wood. Is it wood? Oh, dang it. Ugh. They're trying to make you play wood. I mean, do you even need two? Because I know the light one, you only need one. The fire one, you need two for a system. This one, you need one. And the equip is not that great, I don't think, because it gives you like wood attribute or something like that. Yeah, wood some attribute. Yeah, that sucks. So sorry. I mean, maybe, I don't know, because yeah, the Card Kingdom ends on the 31st, so we're still like in the middle of it. Maybe they will do some free rolls. I don't know. They might do some other challenge and they might do free rolls for that. That's it. All right, let me end your stream. Yeah, too bad about the rolls. They were not the best. Better luck next time. All right, you can end your stream. And now it's my time to roll. So let's do the alt first. I'm not gonna do that many rolls because again, I'm waiting for like Madoka. Hopefully I get lucky. But yeah, let's do the quest roll. Because one of them is mate 1. I don't care for that one. It's gold garbage. I mean, this wasn't that bad on release. Oh, I didn't even have one. Because I think there's still not that many Dark Storm attribute levitate with haste equipped. So this is at least that. Okay, now mate 2. Again, one mate Solomon, Jillian. Let's go. Pasca? Pasca's the only gold that I care about. Ah, frig. Don't care for this. Apart from again, maybe the equip. I don't have Uturo on this account though. That's the only place where I might use that with the Kidna. But yeah, I don't really care for this. Camp roll. This is Cat Cafe 2. Gold. Alright, Fasca. No, it's Rosalind. Don't care for this. Alright. Into the RAM. Second RAM. And I will do multi. Let's see if I get better luck from doing multis here. Okay, 3 diamonds. 6-star Paimon, don't care for him really. Because the nails are I'm not gonna really count on those. Alright, Minaka, even though I don't care for XP farming. At least in the equip, at least okay. Yeah, Banishing L with Hilo E. That could matter. I don't know. I like the other equips that give you Banishing L and SDR. But this is still okay. Okay, Fasca? Nope. It's Amino. Don't care for you. Because I don't care about the base Gintoki. And then 6-star Draven. Don't care for you because I don't have Metatron. Even if I get Metatron, I mean, if I get Metatron, I might play it, but I'm not gonna chase after them. That wasn't that great. That wasn't good, really. Only one diamond? Are you serious? I better get at least one Fasca. Cassius, I don't have Utsuro, so I don't see myself using this anytime soon. What was the equip? Did I even look at it? Vanishing P. Noctaria, don't care for that. Give me a Fasca, please. No, it's Alex. My Fasca? Is she the only 5-star that I'm missing? This was horrible. Well, I'm missing Ryu, I guess. We have pretty bad rates. I mean, that was only 10 pulls, but I don't want to do too many because this is a very expensive machine. Like on this account, I'm just trying to get Mate Solomon and May Luna. But I'll save my father until the end. Because again, what if I free roll out one of them? Then I could maybe go for this one. The Gillian duo. And that's it, basically. Alright, yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now. Alright, time for the main. Well, I did buy the $2 bundle because I don't want to use too many stones here. So I wanted to do it on stream. Maybe I get lucky because I think it's supposed to be guaranteed 7-star. Oh, pretty good free roll. One Celine. That's oh. Let me do the made one roll first. Because I don't really care for this, but maybe it'll surprise me. No, I have an F this, I'm pretty sure. Alright, this is made 2. Okay, diamond. Another Celine. Oh, another Celine. Alright, that's really good. 2 Celines already. And I haven't even pulled the RAM. Like, actually used stones. Gold? Fasca? I thought this was guaranteed diamond. I guess it was just a guaranteed, I mean, it was just a roll-in made too. Alright, that was a waste of $2. I shouldn't have done that. But okay. 2 Celines already is pretty good. Okay, 4 diamonds. 6-star, not Solomon. Okay, Noctaria, don't really care about this. Fasca, not Fasca. 6-star. Themis, don't really care much for this either. 6-star. Amaterasu, I mean, it's just another cleric. Okay. May Luna? Ooh, that saves a lot of fodder. Well, just 7, I guess. Alright, definitely happy with this one. I still want Fasca. Just one more multi. I was planning to do 3, but I'll just wait for the free rolls. Okay, 3 golds. Fasca? Not Fasca. You refuse to do the roll to the rolls anymore. I just hold your gold rewards for the 5. Yeah, that's a pretty good reward. 2 Fricks, 2 Aminos. Okay, Fasca? Ugh. This is like the worst multi ever. I guess because I already had one Amaterasu before this one, but considering I do have one, this is a horrible. This is all fodder. Yeah, this is just fodder for Dryer and Gillian. Solomon Luna is really good because it's a double absorption boider that's also a cleric that can also soul board shank, and the first stage active skill void super gravity. So that could be pretty handy for acceleration units. But yeah, this unit can also deal damage and help recover assess in dark PvP teams. A lot of teams like they use like Utsuro teams, you cap break this with Oboro, but you could also use this on Reinhardt, turn it into light, deals decent damage, and deals with two very important mechanics. But yeah, this is just straight fodder now. Now I just have to wait. Because like at best I get rid of two of that. One Kaishu, one of this. I mean, maybe get rid of this guy. Yeah, these just two more fodder, which is we do have two more rolls, no? Or was it just one? Path Cafe. Oh, there's only one more free roll. So I have to do at least one Path Cafe roll. I'll just save it for the end. End of the... Yeah, I mean, I have to wait a few days for the last roll. Yeah, thanks, PH. Yeah, pretty lucky because, yeah, I definitely don't want to go back into this machine. That last multi really killed me. It almost killed me. It was so bad. All right, let's look at what I get here. I have done most of my free rolls. I think I did all of them. But I think I have a Pad Island roll. I mean, before I do that guaranteed 7-star, I believe... Yeah, I haven't done this. So there's two rolls that I could get here. Yeah, 2 Salines was very lucky. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't do too bad. For 100 magic stones, pretty good. I might have to give up on Fasca. Yeah, but I don't know if I'll roll in Path Cross. I'm not... I mean, it is like a rotating GFE. Because Lance came back in a Super Gathfest in JP, so we'll see that shield guy again. Maybe eventually I'll roll that, but yeah, I don't think I'll be rolling Path Cross really. Is Usaku a shield? I thought he was just Capri. Oh, for, if you just mean the cap break, yeah. But yeah, his cap break is only for the leader. Come on, where's my rolls? Well, I'm halfway there, I guess. I mean, hopefully I have enough hourglasses. I have a lot. Oh yeah, HP buff. All right, there we go. Is this okay? This is a normal roll. Diamond, 7-star. Seka? Is this Seka? Oh, this is the cross batch. Even though I don't really have a use for this, but pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. Is this equip at least usable for me? Maybe not. Yeah, this is not even the, I wish this was like a longer lasting cap break, maybe. Only 3 turns doesn't really cut it for some like farming stuff, but I actually forgot what he does. Looping HP buff. Actually, no, you need 2 for a system. Yeah, that sucks. And then conditional cap break. Yeah. Yeah, I basically need another one. I would need another one. Ooh, and that was not the 7-star roll also. That was pretty good. I mean, maybe I'll use the cross batch someday. Right now, I don't have any cross units that are worth running in JP. But yeah, I'm still pretty happy about that. Come on, give me the last roll. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is at least 7-star. Something good, please. It's nothing good. I already had one copy. Yeah, there's that. Because they might rerun, they might do like a seasonal super gathers and then bring back Hestia if they do release another cross unit. At least I won't have to worry about that. Yeah, there's just the Trump Kingdom people. So this is a super Gathfest, but it could be a Pantheon. Could be an event unit. Okay, high rarity. So it's looking okay. Ooh, free badge unit. This is the Fire Row unit. A lot of people were hyped for this initially when it got announced. Not hyped, but people thought this was the best unit just to get the Fire Row badge. But most people for endgame have been using the Light T unit. But I think I might get the Light T unit just for free because we can choose one of the free badges. All right. This is what? It doesn't look that great. It's unequip. Curse by 1. We can destroy 2 shields. I believe, is this an auto heal or is the light one the auto heal? More than looping cap breaker, 45 billion. For your leader, and it's a cleric. More than looping, okay. Yeah, at least I got this for free. And this is a guaranteed Trump Card Kingdom unit. Could be another free badge, or could be the other dragons that are orb gen. But yeah, pretty good. I don't know, are the dragons 6 stars and the badges 7 stars? I'm not sure. Oh, it's not, because yeah, this is the light one. All right, I could just exchange for the light T unit and I can self-pair. Because this is the orb gen. You just need one. All right, I could try out the team then. I think regardless of what they announce on stream, I'll be getting the light unit. Because in JP, thankfully they're not giving us a random badge. So they gave out these medals that you can exchange 4 of them for one of the badge units. So I'm definitely not getting the wood one. I already got the fire one. I got the light dragon, so I can just get this one and self-pair. And yeah, the only question is this one. I don't know how good this one is gonna be. Because right now only Lance, I've seen a Lance team using this thing, but I don't really like that team. Because you need a water combo for this guy, but Lance you could just blob, make a row blob. And I feel like you have to go out of your way to unblob the water chunk that you get from 2 Lances active skills. But I didn't really like the team, even though the team can clear endgame. I didn't like that pairing. Maybe this will get a better pairing in the future, but from what I saw, it wasn't that great. Needs better origin, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would do this right now, but I'll just hold off on this trade. Like, I'm like 99.9% sure I'm going to get this. Like, there's almost no reason why I shouldn't, but I'll wait. I'll hold off. Well, that was pretty good. I mean, I should show my rolls maybe, because I rolled. I did 2 multis on Trump Kingdom. It was all garbage. It was all Pantheons that I already had. I have 6 Tauras. That's insane. I only got this GFE, which I already had duped off. And then, so that was 1 multi. And then I did another multi. I got Hygeia, I guess, at the very least. So that was a healer batch, I guess. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, who wants to use the healer batch? I did get a Meluna from the free login stamp, I think. And yeah, Bonzo still going. But yeah, oh no, not Bonds, Barikyu. But yeah, I'm about to end soon because yeah, we done all the fun stuff, which is the gambling. Yeah, the free rolls, I definitely needed the free rolls to pick me up because yeah, my 2 multis were horrible. Because yeah, let's look at the lineup. It's pretty bad. Yeah, 1% for the badges, 2% for the Origin Dragons, a bunch of GFPs that the pull rate is 0.5% for all of them. 0.75, 1%. But yeah, there's Pantheons. That's the unfortunate part. I mean, it depends how many stones I have when this comes to an A. I might throw like a multi, but I don't want to go crazy on this. I just want to throw a multi just in case I get the badges. But yeah, I guess that's it. Not pulling anymore. I don't have that many stones to begin with. I haven't done the quest. But at least there's that. Well, I've done some of them. Half of them. So hopefully, if they do want to announce something exciting on Saturday, maybe it'll for sure roll into the next month. So at least I'll have next month's stones. But I guess if they announce something that's lame and not hype, then it's just time to save. Because I don't want to roll Trump Kingdom anymore. Because yeah, I got lucky with the Light Dragon. I could just exchange for the badge and that's it. I don't know what the usual team is. I remember at least one variation was with the Gillian duo, and I'm pretty sure I have that. Let me just make sure. Am I not seeing it? I think I do have. Or was I confusing this with that duo? Don't tell me I don't have them. Maybe they're on this folder for my I just do it on this this page. Oh no, I don't have them. No, I thought I had them. I was confusing that duo with this duo. Look at my two May Lunas. Only one of them has been used. No. So that's I need to find a replacement for that guy. It does have a T awakening, right? Yeah, so it should have shown up here if I do have it. You know what? I might actually have the equip. Did I evo into the equip? 1, 3, 8, 2, 7. Oh, I do have it. Okay. Phew. All right. So I could do that setup because it was this guy. Obviously, you put it next to Seria. I forgot the other two people. I think one of them is Seka, the new Pad Island Seka that you turn into light. I don't have that, and I don't really see myself rolling in Pad Island for a 1% chance. So I have to find replacements for that unit, and I don't know who the last sub is. I forget. I didn't really pay much attention to the teams, but I'm sure I could make something work. Like I got the most important thing, which is the Meluna. Yeah, that's definitely yeah. I think so actually for the T's, because for Grade 3 you do need 5 T's. All right. Yeah, I need to find that replacement for Seka, I think. Killian is next to Brain. Yeah, that could also work. Yeah, it depends what I need the last sub to do, because the one thing that I remembered seeing, they had Seka next to Dane, and they were running a Gillian duo next to what's her face, Theria. 2 May Luna. I mean, that is an option. I mean, what's the cooldown on the dragon at least? Oh, that's pretty short. 8 turn to transform. What about the T guy? Oh, 13. You don't need a lot of skill boost. Okay. Wonder if you can make me Luna. Probably. I mean, this thing has no skill boost. 2 May Lunas don't have any skill boost. The dragon has 2 skill boosts. So I need at least 11 skill boosts from the other 3 units and equips. That's probably not that difficult. I'm sure I could make something work. Okay, this is attacker physical. And he could use levitate. I have to check if I have anything good for this. Because my first thing that comes to mind that I do have is I roll like 3 ferns on this account, but this would benefit from levitate. Yeah, that does it for me tonight. Good luck on your rolls. Hopefully you get lucky. I mean, you guys saw our rolls were not the best in Pad Cafe. Unfortunately, the things that you do want, the chances are not that low. But fortunately, you know, Solomon, Meluna, and Gillian are exchangeable. So at the very least, every roll that you do at least goes towards that exchange. Obviously, there's like the teams that you can make with Ilmina, Claudia, Metatron, but getting those units, especially if you don't buy bundles, is going to be very difficult. So I wouldn't really recommend it unless you have a lot of stones, because it is a 10 magic stone RAM. It's just insanely expensive. And remember, we are going to see Madoka very soon. We don't have a set date, but it should be towards the end of the month. It's a 10 magic stone Super Cat Fest. with Madoka units, which maybe you're not interested in because it is a Rainbow TBA Ace team, but there is some pretty interesting units in the lineup. I think there's some seasonal units, if I'm not misremembering. But there's like the new badge units like Nike. I'm pretty sure the newer ones also, like the Bramble, I think it's in the lineup, hopefully. So if you have Utsuro, if you don't have Bramble, this is another option to get it, I think. But yeah, that's why I don't want to use up too many stones. All right, have a good night.